We're going to do our FFA motto, and that is Caitlin Hendricks.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Please stand and uncover for our national anthem. And now Jan will lead us in a prayer.
Dear Father, thank you for the safe trip up here with all with all the heifers, and bless us as we have a good show today, and hopefully, and bless us for safe travels home. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Thank you very much. Next, if you'll turn your attention to the screen to see a video of Austin Rodeo.
I have given every single thing. Every ounce of my life to this craft. And in the process, I have lost my mind. To regular society. To people who wake up at 9 a.m. Who clock out at 5 p.m. They would look at me and say I've lost my mind, but me, I have found it.
Thank you for that. Rodeo Austin, welcome. We have two excellent judges to hear today to help us evaluate the females shown were so far, just starting off with Ravina Bloomberg, who grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion for livestock industry led her back to Blackhawk East and then to Oklahoma State University, where she was a member of the livestock judging teams at both and named an All-American on the junior college and university level. She holds a degree in Ag Communications from OSU and an MBA from the University of Central Oklahoma. Ravina has judged major shows in over 25 states as she enjoys spending time evaluating livestock, working with youth in agriculture. She and her husband Blake live in Secor, Illinois, and have 4 children, Brecklin, Brenham, Berwick, and Bexton. Welcome, Ravina. Other judge today is Mr. Kyle Perez. Kyle Perez of Perez Cattle Company in Nara Vista, New Mexico, graduated from Kansas State University and was a member of the livestock judging team. After graduation, he returned home to the family ranch where they run 800 head of cow-calf operation. They raise both registered Herefords and Angus cattle. They have 2 bull sales a year, selling 200 bulls annually. The spring sale in the ranch in New Mexico in February and the fall sale in Columbus, Texas in October. They also offer 90-day pregnant recip cow program for customers for both spring and fall transfers. He and his family have shown on the national level and have exhibited national champions at Denver, Reno, Fort Worth, Louisville, Cattlemen's Congress. In 2009, Kyle was named Hereford Herdsman of the Year. He was also served as a junior Hereford Board of Directors and the American Hereford Board of Directors. Kyle has judged shows all over the nation, from the county level to the elite national shows. Welcome, Kyle Perez.
First call, Brangus, Class 3. First call, Brangus, Class 3. First call, Beefmaster, Class 3. First call, Beefmaster, Class 3. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 2. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 2. Second call, Brangus, Class 3. Second call, Brangus, Class 3. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 3. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 3. Final call, Brangus, Class 3. Final call, Brangus, Class 3. First call, Brangus, Class 4.
Well, good morning. Certainly on behalf of me and my family ranch, Perez Cattle, I'm certainly honored to be asked to judge one of your national junior shows again in the state of Texas. I've had the opportunity to judge several of them, and it's the first time in Austin, and it's certainly by the quality that we've seen here in this Brangus show, it's going to be a fun event. Just briefly to go through these cattle, I think these cattle range from June to April in this class. So these cattle still have to have some youth to them. They got to have some freshness to them. They still got to look like young cattle. And I think we got a great representation in this first one. Better back away from that. I just love this female in terms of the way she's designed. She's so charismatic in terms of her presence out here. I love her head shape, her ear shape, the way her neck gets out of the top of her shoulder. She lays in good at the point of that shoulder. You love the length of body that she has. She's big in that center body. She's very well balanced. She's beautiful structured on the move. Just an excellent way to start this class.
The young man that's second, I really like the youthfulness of this heifer. She's a big ribbed heifer that's feminine in her overall presence. She's nice in terms of her structure. She's good in her lines, a lot of things you like about her. I really like the body capacity in the youngest heifer in the class. She balances up well. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. Maybe this has a little more skin there in that lower undercarriage. Maybe not quite as sharp and clean up through that front end, but appreciate the cow power in her. I like her teat size and her placement. She's a big ribbed female, again, that's very flexible. The heifer that's the sharpest and the cleanest is definitely the one in fourth. She's very angular. Her neck comes out of her shoulder nice. She's good down her top line. Perhaps when you get off to the side of her, I just don't see there's center body in this female. When she gets out and goes, she's not nearly as flexible off them hind two. The young man's heifer that comes next has a lot of muscle to her. I like her moderation. I like her growth curve at this stage of her life. This may be not quite the overall presence, the design that we see in the other cattle. The young lady's heifer that comes next is very striking. She's big, she's sound, she's powerful. Maybe just pushing the limits for me in terms of acceptability. This is going to be a big cow when she matures in terms of size and weight. The heifer that comes next, again, one that's got some muscle to her. This maybe not as nice balance from the side. Could see more center body in her. Round out the class with a nice project, a heifer that's got some dimension to her, just not as deep and flexible as she goes.
Final call, Brangus, Class 3. Final call, Brangus, Class 3. Second call, Brangus, Class 4. Second call, Brangus, Class 4. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 3. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 3. First call, Beefmaster, Class 4. First call, Beefmaster, Class. Logan Woodruff, Brangus, Class 3. Logan Woodruff, Brangus, Class 3. Please make your way to the arena immediately.
All right, there we go. Well, good morning. It's sure exciting for me to be here in Austin, Texas, and evaluate through your heifer shows here today and Saturday. And to start us off with here in the Beefmaster, I couldn't be more excited about what we have on the
Final call, Beefmaster, Class 4. Final call. Final call, You can't walk in there. We'll bring. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 4. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 4. First call, Brangus, Class 7. First call, Brangus, Class 7. First call, Beefmaster, Class 7. First call, Beefmaster, Class 7.
And I like the fact that she's looser structured, and that's perhaps what puts her in second over the heifer there in third. The heifer there in third is definitely the biggest scaled heifer of the class. I like the way her neck gets out of the top side of her shoulder. She's strong top. She's long-sided. You like all those things about her. I'd like to strengthen her up in that center heart. I'd like to give her a little more flank and maybe to see her a little more flexible as she gets out and goes off those hind two. The young man's heifer that comes next is, again, another big, long-sided heifer. Again, maybe doesn't balance up or proportional up quite as nicely in that center body cavity as you analyze her fore flank to her rear flank. Just like to see a little more sweep to that rear rib if possible. Same with the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. Very straight-lined, very striking, very attractive. Just like to see more rib shape and mama cow look in that one.
Results on our east side of the ring in Class 2 Beefmaster Heifers. First place goes to entry 6750, Ellie Walters. Second place goes to 3322, Emily Britton. And third place goes to 3132, Ella Taylor. Congratulations.
Second call, Brangus, Class 7. Second call, Brangus, Class 7.
Results on our west side in the Brangus show in Class 3. First goes to 9197, Wyatt Davis. Second place goes to 5994, Nash Smith. And third place goes to 7905, Brody Whitestein. Congratulations.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 7. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 7.
All righty, as we get into this next class of January Heifers here, I think just a real logical place to start in the young man's heifer that wins this class. Just powerful in her overall right. I mean, her advantages are with her chest, her boldness atop. She's big hips. She's got that added substance of bone. Perhaps if I could change this heifer, I'd maybe like to see her a little more ladylike, especially you study the top side of that crest, the way her shoulder comes out at me a little bit, like to blend her in there a little bit. But I think in terms of just female quality with soundness of structure, that's where she excels this class, just the way she gets out and motors here on the move. I really like the function of the young man's heifer that comes next. Yes, she's a little looser designed, but with that, I think she's sound in terms of her structure. I like her rib, her body, her capacity, and this overall broodiness compared to the rest of the females that come out. I really like the young man's heifer here in third, too. In terms of teat size and spacing, she's a moderate-sized heifer that's very functional in terms of her own right. Just don't see as much center rib or performance as the two cattle that go directly ahead of her, but certainly a nice kind of female there in third. The young man's heifer from her shoulder back is really straight top. She's really square-hipped. Young man does a nice job with her out here. Perhaps you get off to the side of her, just as not pulled apart. She's just a little... doesn't have near the center body or rear flank in substance as some of the other cattle, but certainly there's a female that is very sound and very functional. We come into a bigger framed heifer here that's maybe this little plainer in overall presence, but certainly a heifer that's been a nice project for this lady, and she's certainly done well on feed. Round out the class with a young lady's heifer again that's got some good things about her, just maybe drops her pins and gets her hind leg up underneath her as she goes on the move.
Well, another really nice class over here on our Beefmaster side. I like the heifer that wins.
On our west side, results of Class 4 in the Brangus Heifer Show. First went to 9191 Matthew Phillips. Second place went to 8006 Colton Smith. And third place went to Reed War, 2382 Reed War, Class 4. Currently in on our west side is they're vying for calf champion. Our class winners in that division are Mackenzie Schrader from Class 1. In Class 2, Colton Smith. In Class 3, Wyatt Davis. And then your last class winner, Matthew Phillips from Class 4.
First call, Brangus, Class 8. First call, Brangus, Class 8.
On our east side of the ring, Class 3 Beefmaster Heifers. First place went to 7991 William Cutter Lowe. Second place went to 9123 Keenan Keel. And third place went to 4837 Casey Bruni.
Well, I tell you what, folks, when you get into a show and you start to evaluate the cattle and you just pick the ones that gravitate to your eye or your like or your type and kind. And, you know, I always think that, you know, you go to certain shows and maybe don't have quite the numbers to get a type and kind, but even if our numbers haven't been big here today, I think when we get these class winners out here, they represent a good type. I think they represent a good type of cattle, whether that's Brangus, Hereford, Angus, Red Angus, Charolais, whatever they are, they're good cattle. And my hats go off to these exhibitors. You know, there's differences in these cattle and in throughout the classes that we had. And, you know, I don't mean to be hard or mean on anybody, but, you know, there is a point in time that we have to put our integrity up high. And this show cattle and breed cattle and sell cattle that represent that particular age group. And I think you have that out here. These are sensible size cattle. These are big framed, good doing, productive cattle that are going to be plenty big in terms of a mature weight and size. And I think we need to keep that in our mindset going forward. Is these cattle, this is still called a calf champion lineup out here, and these cattle have to have some freshness to them. They gotta look like young children out here. They gotta have some youth to them. And I think we have that represented in these cattle. There's a pair of them out here that I think go together very nicely in terms of this brood cow look. And, you know, a lot of judges maybe change speeds as they go throughout our show. To me, if you're going to pick big-bodied, sound-structured, broody senior yearlings, you need to pick big-bodied, broody, functional heifer calves. And that's what my goal is. And any show that I judge is to try to keep the mama cow in mind from the heifer calf up. And I think we got two great females to come out of this division. They're so classy in terms of their makeup. They're so feminine and cow-like up through that head and neck. They're big rib cattle. They're sound-structured cattle. They're cattle that are very maternal in their muscle design. Their teats are spread out nice. They're going to be very, very fine. And that's my whole goal, is to try to find the heifer calf out here that's going to take the nicest picture as a donor cow when she comes into production, because that's how this whole industry goes, is you build them up from little ones to big ones, and they need to get better, and they need to be worth more money as they go out throughout life. So I'm out here not only judging your heifer show, but I'm trying to pick your next donor cow prospect as well, because I think that's all relative in mind. This is a heifer show, and these are females. And I think we got 2 great heifers to come out of this division. I'm going to go select the one that fits me the best. Give these guys a tremendous job, tremendous set of heifers. I've truly enjoyed it up to this point.
Second call, Brangus, Class 2. Second call, Brangus, Class 2. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 7. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 7.
I got it. Hang on, just let me do it first. Congratulations on your west side in the Brangus show. Your heifer calf champion goes to 9148 Mackenzie Schrader, and your reserve heifer calf champion goes to 8005 Colton Smith. Congratulations.
Final call, Brangus, Class 8. Final call, Brangus, Class 8. First call, Brangus, Classes 9 and 10. First call, Brangus, Classes 9 and 10. First call, Beefmaster, Class 8. First call, Beefmaster, Class 8. Second call, Brangus, Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Brangus, Classes 9 and 10.
Results on our east side of the ring, Beefmaster Heifers. 11 entries in the class. First goes to 33-21, Emily Britton. Second place goes to 33-19, Brent Britton. And third place goes to 88-26, Sophia Garza. Congratulations.
Well, as we get into these November, Decembers, again, really competitive class and some really good cow prospects that surface to the top. I really like the captivating look of the young lady's heifer that comes out. She's just powerful. That's the best word to describe her. Big picture. She's big top, deep-hearted, bold-ribbed, big-hipped, wide-based. She's a female that's got a lot of substance of bone. Perhaps when I get off to the side of her, if I could tuck her chest floor up in her, if I could, and maybe this freshen her up ever so slightly. She's probably plenty horsey in terms of size for me as well, but certainly there's the female that has the most quality, that has the most good pieces going forward. I really like the freshness and the youthfulness of the next two cattle in the line. I really like the body build of the one here in second. Her neck comes good out of the top side of her shoulder. Perhaps she's a little flatter shouldered and maybe gets out of her front end better than the heifer does that wins the class, and that's where her advantage is. But then from her shoulder back, she doesn't have quite the center body of the cattle that goes directly ahead of her, but certainly still that's a good functional female that balances up well, that's sound in terms of structure, and is very well presented. Same for the young man's heifer that comes next. I like a lot of things about this heifer. She's sharp, she's clean, she's feminine, she's classy up through that front 1/3. She's strong top, she's square hipped, she's beautiful in terms of her structure and her movement. And the way she's built that goes up underneath her too, she's really refined in terms of teat size and spacing. Maybe you study her from her center body back into her flank. She doesn't carry that depth of body and that spring of rib into that rear rib and flank as the cattle that go directly ahead of her. But certainly there's a good female that's got great days ahead of her. The heifer that comes next is a big-ribbed, high-volumed, little looser skin type of cattle, but certainly like her overall production and her function. Young lady does a nice job out here with her. The young lady that comes next in the solid pink shirt, big-framed, long-sided, extended heifer. Perhaps for me, I'd like to tone her down in terms of this performance and size if I could, and just to match that overall size and performance with a little more rib and body and capacity, but certainly a heifer that's got that added length and extension. The heifer that comes next is a little more moderate in terms of frame size, and I like that about her. She's just a little plainer in the overall look, maybe not quite as striking from the profile. Young man's heifer that comes next is a heifer that her neck comes good out of the top side of her shoulder. She's flat at the point of her shoulder, but maybe from there back like to strengthen her up and give her just a little more power and dimension if we could.
Results in Class 7 on the Brangus side, 7 in the class. First goes to 959, Steely Williams. Second goes to 5971, Jenna Jennings. And third place goes to 6495, Tack Ferris. Congratulations.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 8. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 8. Final call, Brangus, Class 10. Final call, Brangus, Class 10. First call, Brangus, Class 13. First call, Brangus, Class 13.
Results in the Heifer Calf Champion on our Beefmaster side. Heifer Calf Champion was number 3321 Emily Britton, and Reserve Heifer Calf Champion was 3319 Britton. Congratulations to our Beefmaster exhibitors.
Final call, Beefmaster, Class 8. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 8. First call, Beefmaster, Class 9. First call, Beefmaster, Class 9. Hannah Johnson in Beefmaster Class 8. Hannah Johnson, Beefmaster Class 8. Please make your way to the arena immediately. Second call, Beefmaster Class 9. Second call, Beefmaster Class 9. Second call, Brangus Class 13. Second call, Brangus Class 13.
Well, I tell you what, folks, really competitive class over on this side of your September heifer calves, and I can tell you the one thing I did have figured out from the get-go was this heifer that wins the class. I really liked her. I mean, she's just elegant. The young lady does an extremely classy job in terms of presentation, but from nose to tail, that heifer, this screams quality, uniformity, production, and cow look. And I think that's, she's just elegant. And it starts with the shape of her head, the shape of her ear, the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, the way she lays into her shoulder, the length of spine that she has, the correctness from hooks to pins, the set to her hind leg. It's all so ladylike, and she blends that very nicely together in a big-bodied, broody package. Again, classy job in terms of presentation. Your young man's heifer that comes next is Stout. She's big top, she's big bone, she's got a lot of hip to her. She's a female that balances up well from the side. I'd be the first to say I'd love to change her in the way that tail head is designed in her, especially for this breed. But when in terms of mobility, in terms of balance, in terms of rib and production and substance, I think she's the next highest quality heifer that we have out here. The heifer that comes in third is one that I really like from the standstill. She's straight and strong down that top line. Her neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. Her shoulder lays in her nice. She's good in terms of levelness of hip and the set to her hind leg. Maybe just not the wow factor of that class winner or the stoutness of the one in second, but she's certainly a good kind of female that I think needs to work her way up in this class. Your young lady's heifer that comes next is one I'd just like to give more body to. She's a female. It's very striking from the side. Maybe almost like to see maybe a little more Brangus breed character to this one if possible, perhaps. But, you know, I'm not a Brangus breeder, so I really don't know what, you know, that statement said there. I don't know if that's positive or negative, but I mean, I do like the way Brangus cattle look, and this one's sharp and clean. Maybe this a little more Angus in overall kind. The heifer that comes next is one that I really like in terms of this, her length, her performance. You get to the side of her, though, her shoulder kind of sticks out on you. She doesn't balance up into that lower third or rear flank quite as nice, and again, like to change that one over her tail head. But certainly in terms of length of body and stoutness, she's a good kind of heifer. I like the rib, the body, the length of spine, the teat and utter refinement in this young man's heifer here. She's just a little rounder in terms of her shape, but certainly she's a good kind of heifer that I really, really like. From the standstill, this heifer that comes next is the one I really wanted to put second. She's straight and strong down her top. She's square out through her hip. Her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. But as we ask this heifer to go, she just really struggles out of that shoulder and the way she drives out of that shoulder to get any higher in the class today. The heifer that comes next, a heifer that is certainly a good kind of heifer, just a little easier in that top line. Her chest floor drops out of her. Like to just balance her up a little better if we could. We come into another heifer here. It's got a little heavier hair coat. Again, a heifer that doesn't balance up quite as nice from the side, but she is strong behind them shoulders, and she has some added bone and substance. The heifer that comes next, really striking up through that front end. A heifer that's sharp and clean there. From her shoulder back, just like to open her up, give her a little more body and capacity if we could. Young man's heifer that comes next. Again, big framed heifer. You like that length that she has. She's just a little plainer in her overall look and not quite as fancy from the side. And the young man's heifer that rounds out the class. Certainly made a nice project for this young man. She's a big-topped heifer. She's got a lot of muscle in her. Again, perhaps it's not quite the overall presence and overall presentation in this one.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Our heifers, again, there's some parts and pieces that I like. I just want to blend it together in a little more complete kind of a package. package in terms of body shape, stoutness, and some structural integrity. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
On the Brangus side, just a single entry here, June heifer, but one that definitely could stand more competition. And I know a lot of judges say that this because it's a single entry, but I'm being real about it. I mean, this is a tremendous heifer. I really like the way she's built and designed. So balanced and so structurally correct in terms of the way she's designed and the way she's hinged. Her shoulder lays into her nice. She's good down her top line. She's very correct from hooks to pins, and the set to the hind leg is nice. She's a capacious heifer. She's got that heart girth that we like to see. The center body and flank is good. Then you look underneath this heifer. She's nice in terms of teeth spacing and shape. Again, nice-footed heifer. Her hoof line is shaped right. Again, she's got that beautiful Brangus look up through that front end, that head, that ear, and that eye that lays in her nicely. Again, outstanding presentation. Young lady does a tremendous job in terms of her showmanship out here as well.
Catching up on our Brangus side of the show, results from Class 8. First goes to 67-62, Logan Denbo. Second goes to 13-17, Tyler Kasner. And third goes to 21-92, Kennedy Horner. Class 9 on the Brangus side, walking out now, first goes to 68-75, Laney Siska. On our Beefmaster side in Class 7, 13 in the class, first goes to entry 330, Skylar Wilkerson. Second goes to entry 9254, Lily Collier. And third goes to 8825, Sophia Garza. Congratulations to our Beefmaster exhibitors.
Final call, Brangus, Class 13. Final call, Brangus, Class 13. First call, Brangus, Class 14. First call, Brangus, Class 14. First call, Beefmaster, Class 13. First call, Beefmaster, Class 13.
Well, I tell you what, as we get into this next class, and I believe these are Mays, correct? Is that, yeah, May heifers. I tell you what, folks, if you want to look at a cow in the making and one that is going to have a 9-9 in terms of teat and udder quality, I don't care if you're showing Beefmasters or Brangus or Hereford or Angus, whatever. Look at the design and udder quality that this young man's cow is going to have here. I mean, what a brood cow. And it goes with her type and kind. I mean, you start to see it up in her head and neck. She's broody up there. She's wedged right from the side in terms of rib and body and volume. She's so correct in terms of hooks, or from hooks to pins, Beautiful set to that hind leg. Again, she's capacious in her center body, but yet she's feminine from the side. But I just think that's going to be one well of a cow. And when I think of a Brangus mama cow, that's what, in my mind, a good functional Brangus female should look like. Congratulations to that young man. The heifer that comes next is a big-bodied female, and I like a lot of things about her. She's big-ribbed. She's got a lot of capacity there. Again, from this profile, she's a little more jammed up. She doesn't have quite the length of front or the length of side as the cattle that goes directly ahead of her, but certainly a big-bodied, easy-doing, functional female to be second. And the young man that comes third, again, a heifer that's got a lot of length of body, but perhaps when you analyze her from a balance standpoint and overall center body and capacity, she just falls short in this particular class. But certainly a very high-quality individual to win the class. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 13. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 13. Rodney Rhodes, Brangus, Class 13. Rodney Rhodes, Brangus, Class 13. And second call, Brangus, Class 14. Second call, Brangus, Class 14.
Results on our Brangus side in Class 10. 3 shown. First goes to 9108, Ellie Fishbeck. Second goes to 7993, Kinley Smith. And third goes to 1415, Justice Efley. Now competing on our Brangus side will be for junior champion.
Well, I tell you what, folks, on Brangus side here, very interesting division here because we do have quite a curve in terms of age and maturity and kind of stage of life of these cattle. I mean, you go from a December heifer up to a May yearling that is starting to get ready to come in production at some point this spring. So, I mean, there's a big gap, and so it almost makes it almost like a grand drive, I guess, in my opinion, this particular division almost. And that's why I'm going to go through and I'm going to describe these 4 class winners again, because I think there is a big gap in terms of age and maturity and development, and I think you need to hear what I'm saying and kind of what I'm seeing. So I first like the stoutness of the December heifer up here. With that being said, I got to always ask myself, is she too much? I mean, she's awfully big and mature at this point in life. And then you get off to the side of her, her chest is kind of dropping out of her a little bit. I'd like to freshen her up. But even when you go underneath this heifer, with the added muscle shape and power that she comes with, you start to see her lose a little femininity when you look underneath that flank and you analyze her teat spacing and the shape of what that potential udder is going to be at some point in time, and I'd like to change that about her. But without that being said, I mean, there's a tremendously high-quality female that is big top, she's bold-hipped, she's wide-based, she steps on a lot of substance of bone. Young lady does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. The heifer that come out of the fall class, the October heifer, the first thing that comes to my mind is ladylike. I mean, there's a classy cat, and it's a classy showman. This all goes together. The heifer is so elegant and so beautiful in the way she's designed up through that front end and the ear set and the eye set. This one strikes me as youthful in terms of her appearance. And I think that's still something that we should talk about in these cattle, is youthfulness, and I like that about her. I like the freshness of her body condition, and, we talk about freshness of body condition, but in this instance, in a lot of instances, the fresher these cattle are, the sounder they are in terms of structure, and I think you see that in this heifer. When she gets out and goes, she's just so ladylike in the way that she takes a step out of her shoulder and out of her hip and hock. This all goes together. From her shoulder back, I love this length of top that this heifer has, the levelness from hooks to pins. She's good in terms of her underlying development. She's beautiful in the set to the hind leg. I think that's a classy heifer that comes out of that October class. Then we came into the June class, and I thought there was a good female. And like I talked to her highly in class, you get her out here in this the lineup, she's equally as good. I mean, she's high-quality cattle. Her neck comes out of her shoulder well. She's robust in her build. She's deep in her heart girth. She's got that center body and depth of flank to her. She's sound in terms of structure. You like to set to her hind leg. Maybe when you get to my standpoint right here from this side and evaluate her compared to the 2 cattle directly ahead of her, maybe there's not as much wow factor in this heifer, but still that is a very, very functional heifer that you ought to be darn proud of to bring to the Austin Stock Show. The heifer that comes out of the last class here, the May, like I said, this screams brood cow. I love the female quality of this one. From her shoulder back, she's beautifully designed. Yeah, maybe we could all tweak her up through her front end and the crest and down into her chest if you want to, but don't lose the big picture of things, that this is a good kind of cattle. From her shoulder back, I love her rib, her body, her capacity. She's so sound in terms of her feet and leg structure and good in her hoof shape, but I just love that udder quality that she's dropping down. And I go to stock shows and my kids show on the national level and the junior level and all that. And, it's just crazy to me that we get into these junior stock shows. And the last time I did, I picked up the book and it said, this is the junior heifer show. And so many of these judges that go across the country, they never talk about teat and udder quality. And I think that is such a loss, because that's what these females are. These are females, and they're going to be productive cows. And we got to keep a cowman mind in set, not only when we're breeding these things, but when we're placing them as well. And I admire this young man for the brood cow look that he has in this female. With that being said, give all 4 of these exhibitors a round of applause. I think this is a tremendous division. I'm going to go pick the one that suits me the best.
Final call, Beefmaster, Class 13. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 13. First call, Beefmaster, Class 14. First call, Beefmaster, Class 14. First call, Brangus, Class 15. First call, Brangus, Class 15.
Catching up on our Beefmaster side, first, Class 817. In the class, first goes to 8570, Addison Poe. Second goes to 9740, Kinley Branson. And third goes to 755, Abigail Nazer. In Class 9, right after that, still on the Beefmaster side, first went to 4274, Sarah Rattan. Second place went to 7211, Taylor Drinkwine. And third went to 5946, Presley Barrett. Congratulations to our Beefmaster breeders. Next in is junior champion on the Beefmaster side. On our west side on the Brangus show, update on our junior champion. Our junior champion heifer goes to 6762, Logan Denbo, and our reserve junior champion goes to 9108, Ellie Fishback. Congratulations to our Brangus breeders.
Second call, Brangus, Class 15. Second call, Brangus, Class 15. First call, Brangus, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. First call, Brangus, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve.
Well, I think we got a tremendous cow prospect to win this class, and I commend the young man for getting this female bred up early, and she's going to calve pretty close to her birth date, and that's a good thing. She's fixing to be 2, and going to have a calf at side before long, and that means a lot to me. I really commend the young man. He wins the prize in terms of reproduction logics. That's here in 4th, but I certainly think that these females, once we get in here to April, getting about into April now, I mean, especially these things that are March and Aprils, I mean, if they haven't calved by now, I mean, they need to be thinking about it. And, I think this one's huge advantage there. But with that being said, I still think she's the highest quality heifer. Heifer that's got a lot of quality and attractiveness and broodiness up through that front end. She's a female that's wedged very well in terms of balance and rib shape from the profile. I love the length of hip that this heifer offers and the set to her hind leg. And yet she's very sound in terms of feet and udder quality and structure when she gets out and goes. The heifer that comes in second here, I do admire this heifer in terms of her added length of body. She's very sound in terms of her feet and leg structure. Those are all very good things about her. Maybe she's just a little, needs to be freshened up in terms of her body condition. You can kind of see it up in through her neck, down into her chest and around her pones. And I certainly like to see this heifer dropping a little more in that rear rib and flank and that udder. I think of the top four especially, I think she's the farthest away from calving. The young man heifer that is springing up a little bit, he is here in third. This heifer is very good from the standstill, but when we ask her to go, she's just too straight and upright in that shoulder. You see it as she takes a step. She wants to arch up over them blades, just doesn't lay into that shoulder quite as nice. She might be a little straight in that hock, but don't let that take away from the good things that she is. She's stout, she's big-ribbed, she's nice balanced. All those things are very nice on that heifer. The young man's heifer that's fourth, again, I commend him for getting a calf on the ground. Cow that's very nice udder. Do you like that teat shape and size? She's going to do a tremendous job of raising this red baby here. Again, she's a long-sided cow that has a lot of good things to her. Maybe not the show ring presence as a few of the ones that went directly ahead of her, but a good kind of cattle. This heifer is going to make a nice cow, too. Just very functional, very sound, very athletic in the way she goes. Again, maybe just not quite the overall balance and design that we see in some of the other cattle. She's got a little more undercarriage when you get off to the side of her, and just like to make her a little classier up through that front end if we could. The young man's heifer that comes around next, again, packed full of muscle. You like that about her. Just don't see quite the sweep of rib and overall capacity in that one. And the young man's heifer that rounds out the class. Good kind of cattle, one that's got a lot of hip, a lot of top shape. A heifer that's definitely got enough substance to her. Again, maybe get off to the side of her, like to stretch her out and give her a little more female quality.
Final call, Beefmaster, Class 14. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 14. First call, Beefmaster, Class 15. First call, Beefmaster, Class 15. Final call, Calf Division Champion and Reserve for Brangus. Final call, Calf Division Champion and Reserve for Brangus. And first call for Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2.
Results on our Brangus side on the west side in Class 13. 7 shown. First goes to 10.99, Cody Davis. Second goes to 54.67, Cooper Hardcastle. And third goes to 32.17, Rodney Rhodes. Congratulations. On our Beefmaster side, our junior champion heifer goes to Addison Poe, entry number 8570. Our reserve champion on the Beefmaster side goes to entry 330, Skylar Wilkerson. Congratulations on our junior champions on the Beefmaster show.
Well, I tell you what, folks, on the Brangus side, tremendous high-quality heifer to win this class. I mean, she comes in the ring and she commands your attention, not only in terms of just a phenotype standpoint, but in terms of structure, integrity standpoint, and in terms of a maternal standpoint, and then in terms of an overall show ring and atmosphere standpoint. And I mean, a lot of people could come out of here and say, well, that's the show cow of the group, but still, to me, that one blends and looks like a lady out here, and she's got the mama cow look to go along with it. I think that's a really high-quality one that gravitates to win this class pretty handily. The young man that comes in second that I think's got a tremendous cow prospect that he's done a really good job in terms of management on is the one here in second. I mean, this heifer, for his heavy bred that she is, and is probably as many miles as he's dragged this heifer in terms of competition, he's done a nice job in feeding this heifer. She's still fresh in her body condition. You can see the shapes to her top side of her neck. She's laid in still nice at the point of her shoulder. From there back, she's got enough body to her. She's really good in terms of her structure. He's got her bred up nice. She's going to have calve here quickly, but a heifer that this has a lot of quality to her that I think needs to stand there in second. She's fresher conditioned than the one here in third. The one here in third, I do like a lot of things about her. She's got a nice presence to her. She's really long-sided. The young man does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. She's good in terms of length of hip, and set to her hind leg is very nice. She's going to be a nice uddered female as well. But when you get her out here and compare her, she's just starting to be a little heavier conditioned than those cattle that go directly ahead of her. But with that said, I mean, a lot of people get into these yearling heifers, and they want to be really critical of these heifers that have a little more condition on them. I don't mind that. I think cattle that have a little more condition in them, it ain't all bad, because at some point in time here, real quick, they're going to have a job, and that's going to be to raise a baby. And you might have to do that on some rain, little rain, and no rain. So, I get that these cattle might need a little more bark on them at times, but like to maybe this freshen her up a little bit, and I think that'd make her move just a little bit more correctly as she goes. The young lady that comes here next, same can be said, a big-bodied female that is very productive. Again, there's not quite the balance and design as some of the other cattle. You see it up through her front end, the length of body that she has. She's a little rounder out of that hip, but certainly a big-bodied, useful female that stands nice there in class. And then commend the young man here for getting a calf on the ground, getting his heifer synced and bred up to calving on time. But at the same token, maybe there's not quite the overall presence and body type and shape and design of the cattle that go directly ahead of her, but really good heifer to win that class.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 15. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 15. First call, Beefmaster, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Beefmaster, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2.
On our Brangus side, Class 14. First goes to 76.75, Clevie Allen. Second goes to 49.68, Carson Miller. And third goes to 23.84, Colton War. Congratulations.
Final call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2. Final call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 3 and 4. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 3 and 4. Second call, Beefmaster, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Beefmaster, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Back on the Brangus side, when we get into these older, I guess you'd call them senior yearlings, definitely we need to have a calf on them at this point in time. I'll even say that the pair that wins the class, she does have a blind quarter on the rear side closest to me, and that is definitely not ideal, but she is working, and that's where she's going to get the advantage here today, is she's got a calf at side, and she's at least going in terms of the production side of the game here. So she's going to win this particular class. The heifer that comes in second to the cattle that still are a ways from calving, she's the one that has the most quality up through her front end. She's a little longer sided. She's a little fresher in her body condition. When she comes into production, she is going to have a nice udder. But I just challenge you exhibitors to try to get these females calving as close as you can to 2 years of age, if all possible. The young man's heifer that comes around next, again, heifer that's got some good things about her. Perhaps from the profile, though, she's just a little heavier in terms of condition, and like I said, probably the farthest away from calving. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. I'll tell you, back on the Brangus side, as we get ready to pick this the last, I guess maybe it's the last division. I guess I don't know that for a fact, but the older heifer division here, I think we got a pair of cattle in this lineup here that scream quality and scream it pretty loudly. But the particular heifer that's going to win this division is the young ladies here in the middle. Okay, but I'm going to talk about her after I say she's going to win, because I think she's that good. I mean, as classy and ladylike as this heifer is from the profile, I tell you what, folks, you need to get on top of this heifer and look at how much mass that she has to her back, how wide she comes to her pins, and how wide she bases away. And then to come out to the profile and still blend it all together, give you that awesome sweep rib shape from the profile, and then keep her structure and all her things and lines together. She does that very, very well. Congratulations, young lady, on one tremendous heifer. As we bring these other two cattle in here, I mean, they're very high quality, and nothing to take away the third heifer there, but, you know, I just like to see a little more presence and design in this young lady's heifer, and definitely like to see all four quarters working on her. But with that being said, when we get into these other two cattle here, they're getting very close to calving, and I admire that. These females have muscle. They're stout. They have substance to them, but yet they blend and balance up very well from the side. But the one that looks more ladylike to me and just has more of a mama cow look is the young man's heifer up here in the front. She'll be your reserve champion.
First call, Brahman, Class 1. First call, Brahman, Class 1.
On our west side in our Brangus show, our senior champion heifer went to Clevie Allen, entry 7675, and our reserve champion senior heifer went to 1099, Cody Davis. Currently, coming in is for our overall grand champion, Brangus female, on the west side of the ring. Presently on our west side of the ring, we're picking our champion overall Brangus heifer. Leading our heifer calf champion is Mackenzie Schrader. And out of that same division, our reserve was Colton Smith. Our junior champion heifer is being led by Logan DeBow, and our reserve champion is Ellie Fishback. Our senior champion heifer is being led by Clevie Allen, and our reserve champion is Cody Davis. Congratulations to these divisions, and good luck in the overall. Judge on our west side is Kyle Perez from New Mexico. Kyle graduated from Kansas State University and was a member of their livestock judging team. Kyle now works at home with his family on an 800-head cow-calf operation. They raise both registered Herefords and Angus cattle, and and they sell over 200 bulls annually. Please welcome Kyle Perez, picking our overall champion Brangus female.
Well, I tell you, folks, what of an impressive Brangus show here that it's been. I get it. These kids, my kids are going to school in Texas, and we're going to be competing in this side of it next year, and I get it. I get the amount of intensity that goes into it. I get the level of competitiveness that goes into it. And I get the financial side of it. But, what I always come back to, I mean, you're going to spend money on your kids somehow. I mean, whether that be in football lessons, baseball lessons, taking them on judging trips, showing livestock, showing hogs. I mean, there's just so many archery. There's so many ways that we can get involved with kids. But I was talking to a gentleman driving up here because I delivered bulls on my way down here to judge the stock show, and we were just talking about, children in the past that they take. And, granted, my twins are 11, but you can already see them starting to take a path. And, what I think is neat to see is these young Brangus breeders here, the path that you've taken. We got an older set of showmen out here that are not only serious about the Austin Stock Show, you can tell that they're serious about breeding high quality Brangus cattle. And I, as a cattleman, my hats go off to you, your families, the breeders behind some of these heifers. I don't know. I guess I should have asked these individual people. It wouldn't change my placing, but I think it would be intriguing to know how many of these are bred and owned heifers, because as these kids, they probably started showing when they were 8 years old, and now they're getting older in their career, and there's a good chance that these cattle are bred and owned if they've studied their lessons and studied their notebooks and had a mindset and a dream of where they wanted to take their particular cow herd or their program, and I commend them for that. Like I said, it's been an honor to be out here. We don't raise Brangus cattle, but I sell a lot of bulls that go on Brangus cows, and I don't think that you can take away the power of the Black Baldy, whether that be a Hereford Angus cross or a Hereford Brangus cross. The power of that Super Baldy, especially down in this region here, is this so significant. It's so relevant, and it's so real time in terms of real production agriculture. And I commend you on having a functional set of females out here. As we evaluate the calves back into our intermediate division and then our junior yearling, I think every animal out here should scream quality and scream that very loudly, because I think they're blended together nice. Their balance is nice. The rib shape is nice. But the thing that I'm the most proud of, these are honest aged, honest divisioned cattle. And I think that's very important, that we go about showing livestock with integrity, just like you do in any other phase of life. You do it with the most up respect and honesty with everybody else involved. And I think these calves are youthful in their appearance. They got the years ahead of them, and they're extremely high quality. We come into some fall heifers here that are fixing to switch gears, but are so high quality in their own right and blended right. And then I got some heifers here that are going to start to age out in their junior careers. They'll probably be exhibited as pairs going forward, and how loudly do they say that, and how competitive they're going to be when they go into that next division. So with that being said, I think it's been a tremendous Brangus show. I'm going to go pick the two that I like today.
Final call, Red Brangus, Class 4. Final call, Red Brangus, Class 4. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 7 and 8. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 7 and 8.
As I pick a reserve champion on this side, you know, these cattle, these 5 that are still out here are so good, and I just really like the way they're built. But you know, when it gets right down to it, the female that I think goes the best of these remaining 5 cattle out here in terms of feet and leg structure, and still has that elegant look and that capacity, and one that I think the sky is the limit to where she's going to go from this point forward is the young lady up here in the black. You're going to be reserve champion here today.
Catching up on our Beefmaster side, Class 13 was as follows. First goes to 31.15, Lila Mooneyham. Second went to 61.99, Bridger Etheridge. And third went to 88.23, Santiago Garza. In Class 14 on the Beefmaster side, first went to 24.43, Sydney Boack. On second goes to entry 156, Chloe DeBoer. And third goes to entry 1765, Avery Moorhead.
Second call, Brahman, Class 2. Second call, Brahman, Class 2.
On the west side of the ring, we've completed our Brangus show. Our overall grand champion heifer went to entry 7675, Clevie Allen, and our reserve grand champion on the Brangus side went to entry 9148, Mackenzie Schrader. Congratulations to our Brangus breeders.
We need the Beefmaster Junior Division Champion. Please make your way back to the arena immediately. The Beefmaster Junior Division Champion, please make your way to the arena immediately.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need a big shout out to our Sam Houston State University team here that's helping us. Led by Dr. Marcy Beverly and Dr. Stanley Kelly. The interns in Sam Houston State are responsible for a lot of things. They helped us unload yesterday into this excellent process. We got all the cattle checked in a record time. Today they're not only working the ring, but they're lining up the cattle for the deal. Please give our Sam Houston State University interns and university a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Attention in the show barn, attention in the show barn. If you are returning for wave 2 and you would like to keep your tack in the barn, you may utilize the horse stalls on the west wall, numbers 4 through 14. Again, if you are coming back for wave 2 and would like to stall your tack in the barn, you may utilize horse stalls 4 through 14. These are community stalls, and so you will need to share them with anyone else who would like to hold over as well. And stalling is at your own risk. Stalling of your tack is at your own risk. Thank you.
On our west side, we are starting our Red Brangus show. It's 29 entries today. Our Red Brangus show starting on the west side of the arena with 29 entries today.
Second call, Red Brangus, classes 7 and 8. Second call, Red Brangus, classes 7 and 8.
As we start the Red Brangus show, 2 entries out here. The young lady is going to win the class. When I get off of these cattle from the side, I just see more rib and body and function in this lighter colored heifer calf. Both of these heifers maybe could be tweaked a little bit in terms of their hip and hind leg set. But with that being said, I like the elegant look that the young lady's heifer gives me from the side. I like the way her shoulder lays in her, and I definitely like that rib and body and volume and flank depth that she has compared to the one in second. The one in second's maybe a little bolder top. She's a big hipped heifer. She sets wide from behind. She's a good kind of cattle. Maybe that's not quite the center body of the one that goes directly ahead of her.
Catching up on our Beefmaster side, Class 15. First went to 85.78 Savannah Skaggs. Second goes to 29.89 Megan Ruther. And third goes to 59.69 Riley Upham. Currently in the ring on our east side of the ring will be senior champion Beefmaster Heifer.
As we get into our second class here, March spring yearling heifer calves, I think just a real good place to start. And both of these cattle are very functional females. I just like the overall presence that the young man's gives me. She's so broody and cow-like up through that head and neck. A beautiful head and ear shape on this heifer. She's sharp and clean at the top of that neck. She's strong down that top line. She's good from hooks to pins. She's very sound in terms of structure. Just an awesome cow prospect to win that class. Young man's heifer that comes next is the most like her in terms of phenotype and design. Very good built, very nice balanced. This may be not quite as classy or correct as the one that goes directly ahead of her. Then we come into a pair of cattle here that maybe just ain't quite ready today for the fair. Females that just need a little more feed and time and body condition on them. They're good in terms of their lines, but there's some cattle that need a little more body condition and a little more stoutness all the way through.
Results on our Beefmaster side are senior champion female from class 13, 31-15, Leela Moneyham, and our reserve champion came out of class 14, 24-43, Sydney Bohack. Currently in the ring on the east side and our Beefmaster side is our overall grand champion Beefmaster female. Judging our Beefmaster is Ravina Bloomberg. Ravina grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion for the livestock industry had her judging both junior college and senior college. She holds an agriculture degree from Ag Communications from Oklahoma State University, and Ravina has judged over 25 shows nationally. Please welcome Ravina Bloomberg.
First call, Brahman, Class 2. First call, Brahman, Class 2.
A February heifer here that certainly a big high-performing female, a female that's got a lot of substance to her. She's big-ribbed. She's very capacious. A female that's got a lot of good things going for her. Maybe from a balance standpoint, maybe like to square up over that hip and see her a little more attractive in that set to the hind leg. And you kind of see it as she goes in motion. Maybe like to this see her reach and extend a little bit more out of her front end off her hind two. But certainly there's a big top to big rib female that's got a lot of dimension.
Results on our red Brangus side from class 1. First went to 91-16 Presley Jacob, and second went to 24-59 Derek Hempel. In our second class on the red Brangus side, first went to 85-01 Logan Woodruff, second went to 492 Henley Lescar, and third went to 93-84 Vaughn Wilkerson. Congratulations.
Well, as we get into the January heifer calves on the Red Brangus side, I mean, man, do we not hit the ground running with this heifer that leads off the class. I mean, this one's elite in terms of her type and kind, her presence, her build, her structure, her dimension. She looks like a mama cow. Just going to be a tremendous, strong, high-performing, good-looking female that's got so many good things going for her. Congratulations on a high-quality class winner. Young lady second is a heifer that's got some length of body to her, but perhaps this doesn't have quite the show ring appeal, overall balance, the design of the heifer that goes out in front of her, but certainly going to be a nice project for this young lady.
Concluding our Beefmaster show on the east side, our grand champion female went to Class 8 winner, 8570, Addison Poe. And our reserve grand champion went to the Class 4 winner, 3321, Emily Britton. Congratulations to our Beefmaster exhibitors. On our west side of the ring, Class 3 results for Red Brangus. First went to 2320, Jada Disman, and in Class 3, and in Class 4, 2 in the class. First went to 1047, Truett Marks, and second went to 9367, Noemi Brander. Currently on our west side, the Red Brangus Heifer Calf champion and reserve will be entering the ring.
First call, Red Brangus, classes 9 and 10. First call, Red Brangus, classes 9 and 10.
Well, on the Red Brangus side, on this particular heifer calf division, I think we got some nice quality cattle throughout the classes, the 4 classes represented out here in their respective seconds. I'll just briefly describe them and give these young people a little more credit for their hard work that they've done. Young lady's got a really youthful one that wins this particular class. Heifer, I think, is blended really nice in terms of balance up through her front end. I like that center body that she has in her. You know, like I said in class, both her and the one that were second to her, when we get to her hook bones and study her in terms of squareness of hip and set hind leg, maybe like to change that in both of those cattle. But certainly that's still two very good cattle up there that are first and second in that class that have some rib and body and have some function to them. We get into a really nice pair of heifers here out of the second class, and I really like this heifer in terms of her added length of body. And you know, I think that sometimes a lot of judges forget to talk about is the length of body. And it don't matter if you're weighing bull calves or replacement heifers or putting together a truckload of feeder calves. That added length of body really matters, and I do admire that in that heifer, how long she is from shoulder blade to hook bone. I mean, and she's long hipped. Yet you get to the side of her, she's really ladylike in the way she's designed up through her head and neck and her shoulder. She's nice in terms of structure. Really like that teat and udder quality that she has underneath her. Young ladies, heifer out of the next class, like I said, big ribbed female that's got some substance to her. Of the cattle out here, she probably struggles the most in terms of structure and movement. You can kind of see it when she stands there too. Her angles and parts and pieces don't fit together quite as nicely. And then we come into the January heifer calf here, and one that I think that you know, I really wouldn't want to make her any bigger in terms of frame size. But when you build one that big, she's got to have the goods to go with it, and I think this one does. Really sharp angler in the way she's made. Again, really long-sided. She's a good structured female that's got some bone underneath her. Her teat and udder quality is going to be really nice in this female as well. But you look at the balance that you like from the side and the way that neck comes out of the top side of that shoulder, and then you actually get in behind this female and look at the amount of mass that she has down her top line and through her pins, down into her stifle. I mean, that's an elegant made, stout made one there that is very cow functional in her build as well. So with that being said, there's a pair of heifers that fit me the best. It's going to be the young man's heifer here. She'll be your division champion. The other young man there will be your reserve champion. Again, congratulations, these two exhibitors.
First call, Brahman, Class 3. First call, Brahman, Class 3. Second call, Red Brangus, Class 10. Second call, Red Brangus, Class 10.
Results on our Brangus side. Our heifer calf champion came out of Class 4, entry 1047, Truett Marks. A reserve heifer calf champion came out of Class 2, entry 8501, Logan Woodruff. Congratulations.
On the red Brangus side, real interesting class here, and two females that I think are very, very close in their type and kind, and both of them have their strengths, and both of them there's a part of them I'd like to change. The heifer that's going to win the class is just the most maternal in her look, and I like the fact that she's the most attractive, especially how she gets that neck out of the top side of the shoulder. That's one of the things I really would like to change about the one in second is she's lower in her neck set, the way it ties into the top of shoulder, and consequently when you ask the cattle to move, she doesn't get out with quite the flex and reach as the class winner does. That's where the class winner excels a class in terms of feet and legs, structure and integrity, the way she gets out and goes. Then you look up underneath her, she's going to be really refined in terms of teat size and spacing. That's really good. A female that's got enough dimension to her, but I think this blends it all together into the nicest balanced package that we have. The heifer that's going to be second, I like the rib and body capacity, depth of flank, teat and udder spacing better in your heifer than the one that goes directly ahead of her. I do. I mean, you get in the front, and that's what makes it hard in my mind. You get in front of this heifer, she's more opened up. You get from behind her, you see a little more rib cage and base width in her, and I like that about her. I just like to tie this heifer in better the way her neck ties into the top side of her shoulder, and maybe see her reach out just a little with a little more ease. We get into a bigger framed, higher performing one here in third. I like that added performance in her. But with that, she just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the cattle that will go directly ahead of her. And maybe, I mean, that's going to be a big cow in terms of mature cow weight. Maybe like conserve her a little bit there if we could. The heifer that comes next is certainly long-sided and extended. You like that about her. But to me, she just needs a little more show eye appeal and depth of body here today. And the young man's heifer that rounds out the class has certainly done a nice job in this one of getting a nice hair coat on her. But with it, like to see a little sounder structure one, and maybe like to tighten her up in that undercarriage if we could, and give her a little more body and volume.
First call, Red Brangus, Class 13. First call, Red Brangus, Class 13.
way to be able to work up in a competitive class. If you would, congratulate those exhibitors.
Second call, Red Brangus, Class 13. Second call, Red Brangus, Class 13. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 14 and 15. First call, Classes 14 and 15. First call, Brahman, Class 4. First call, Brahman, Class 4.
On the Red Brangus side, the young lady here to my left is going to win the class. The heifer kind of got excited and wanted to leave with the grays. But I tell you what, this young lady, she can come to Narvaez, New Mexico, and show her Herefords anytime she wants to. Give her a big round of applause for toughening up and sticking with this deal. And I mean, not only is she tough cowgirl, but I mean, she's got a hell of a heifer too. A heifer that's got a lot of length of side. She's tremendous in terms of dimension down her top. She's big hipped. She's sound structured. She's good in terms of her feet and legs, like that added performance and length that she has. Young lady is going to be second's done a tremendous job in terms of preparation. She's got a nice hair coat on this heifer, but with that, she's just a little too tight and restricted when we look at her in terms of movement here today.
Results on the Red Brangus side from Class 7, 5 in the class. First went to 94.68, Caitlin Hendricks. Second went to 55.49, Kinley Kirk. And third went to entry 25.01, Landon Stewart. In Class 8 on the Red Brangus side, first went to 18.66, Ariel Blethen. And second went to 59.64, Kira Short. On the east side of our ring in our Brahman show, starting our Brahman show, 126 heifers will be shown today. Class 1, first goes to 74.06, Madison Parker. Second goes to 57.56, Baxter Whitworth. And third went to 92.23, Jackson Smith. Congratulations.
Really nice July heifer here in a single entry class. One that's really feminine up through that front end. I like that ear set and the eye set in this heifer. She's a big framed heifer, a long-sided heifer that's laid in nice at the point of that shoulder. She's got some added length of top and some squareness of hip. She's very sound and mobile in terms of her feet and leg movement. Heifer that's just really complete and very functional in her own right.
Class 9 on the Red Brangus side, one entry. First goes to 23.03, Leah Laura.
Second call, Brahman, Class 4. Second call, Brahman, Class 4. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 14 and 15. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 14 and 15. And first call, Red Brangus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Red Brangus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
On the red Brangus side, we get into these summer yearling heifers or early spring yearling heifers. What age is it? She's a May, so yeah, summer yearling heifer here. And I think this a tremendous heifer to start with. I mean, not only is she in the right rig and body condition in terms of freshness and design, but this in terms of overall quality, there's gravitate to her. I mean, she's elegant up through her front end, and I don't mean that as, it's not that she's tight-necked or clean-necked that makes her elegant. It's how ladylike she is about her head, her ear, her eye, her refinement, and the way that she ties into the top of her shoulder and at the point of her shoulder. To me, that's what makes her classy. It's not necessarily the tightness of skin. It's just the way it blends together that looks ladylike. And then from bareback, she transitions into a big rib cage. She's beautiful in terms of hip and hind leg set. She's bred up nice. She's starting to bag up. That looks like that's going to be very productive. Again, her foot shape is right. She's just a good female to land on to win this class. Young man's big-bodied heifer. This reads with me with more cow function, and that's where she's going to place above the other two. I like her moderation in terms of frame size, but more importantly than that, she's just more capacious. She's more opened up in terms of the width of her chest, the depth to her heart, the shape to her center body. She's definitely starting to make a little bit of udder, so she's going to calve here on time. She's a female that's just very functional in her own right. Yeah, maybe you like to design her a little different here or there, maybe stouten her up. But in terms of a big picture thing, I like that kind of cow prospect there in second. The heifer that causes me problems is the one in third. The young man, my hats go off to him in terms of hard work and getting a nice hair coat and presentation on this heifer. But with it, she's maybe the farthest away, maybe for what I have in mind of a red Brangus, phenotype or breed type description. This one is going to struggle a little more when it gets hot in terms of that added hair coat that she has. Whether that's a positive or negative, I guess I don't really know where to land. But more importantly than that, I think this needs to be sounder in terms of structure. She definitely has the muscle, and she's got the look, and she's got the bone and got the dimension. She just needs to be hinged better in terms of movement, and definitely like to see a little more spring of that udder. Like to see her a little closer to calving. The heifer I give the advantage to for breed type characteristics is the one in fourth compared to the one in third. I like this heifer's added length and extension, and honestly, I thought about switching that pair if I had to see a little more teat spacing and udder quality in this bigger heifer here. I'd like to spread that out and maybe this make her a little more maternal in her overall build.
First call, Brahman, Class 7. First call, Brahman, Class 7.
Results on the Brahman side. Class 2. First goes to 6668, Mize Siddiqui. Second went to 4265, Grayson Hines. And third went to 2503, Macy Thigpen. On the red Brangus side, Class 10. First goes to 1048, Truett Marks. Second goes to 5529, Harrison Patterson. And third went to 5931, Banker Kulak. Next in, we're picking our heifer kiff, our junior champion heifers on the red Brangus side.
Final call, Red Brangus, classes 14 and 15. Final call, Red Brangus, classes 14 and 15. You want a second? You want a second? Second call, Brahman, class 7. Second call, Brahman, class 7.
On the Red Brangus side, we get ready to pick this division championship here, and I know we haven't maybe had quite the numbers in the Red Brangus show as we did the Black Brangus show, but I tell you what, the quality has certainly been there as we've worked throughout the classes and now through these particular divisions. The fall heifer that comes out here, so ladylike in the way she's made. I love the female characteristics that one has. She's fresh in terms of body condition. I just love the way she gets that neck out of her shoulder and where there transitions back into a nice smooth shoulder. She's a female that's got some body to her. She's perfect in the way she's designed from hooks to pins and the set to that hind leg. You get up underneath her and she's awful refined in terms of teat size and spacing. Just one that's going to make a tremendous mama cow going forward. Maybe a bigger framed, longer-sided, more powerfully constructed heifer. Here comes out of the, I guess this would be the was it May? Yeah, what age is yours? Yeah. The September heifer that comes out here is definitely a little longer-sided. She's a big top. She's a big boned heifer. Again, very sound in terms of feet and leg structure. Love the mobility of this heifer. And then, like I said earlier, you got to admire the added length of hip, the length of side that she offers. When you get her out here, she maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely from the side. We can all see it from the profile as you analyze her, from her quality, from her shoulder forward, and even the strength of top line from there back. But certainly nothing to take away from this young lady of sticking tough with her project out here. She's a tremendous showman. Again, that female's got a lot of substance of bone. She's beautiful structured and has a lot of good qualities. The heifer that comes out of the next class, again, she's a bigger framed, longer sided female that's very mobile in terms of structure. All her parts and pieces hook up well. Maybe when you get right into the side of her, she doesn't have near the center body or maybe quality as some of the cattle on either side of her do, but certainly there's a female that has that added length. And you do admire for the cow look that she has up through that head and neck and ear set. Just a very maternal female in the way she's made. And then I think you turn up the gas on the stove on the one that comes out of the next class. I think in terms of a commanding presence, one that's just spot on in terms of body condition, one that's spot on in terms of phenotype and design. and one that's spot on into a tremendous cowman here that does one hell of a job of showing her. I think that's a really good presentation, a high quality cattle. She's going to be your champion of this division here today.
Final call, Brahman Class 7. Final call, Brahman Class 7. First call, Brahman Class 8. First call, Brahman Class 8.
On the Brahman side, Class 3, 8 in the class. First went to 7407 Madison Parker. Second went to 8931 Stephen Garrett. And third went to 5920 Addison Sanders.
First call, Simbra, Class 1. First call, Simbra, Class 1.
Results on the Red Brangus side are junior champion female comes out of Class 10, 1048, Truett Marks. Our reserve junior champion female comes out of Class 7, entry number 9468, Caitlin Hendricks. Congratulations.
Final call, cast and tip, Brahman class 7. Final call, cast and tip, Brahman class 7. Second call, Simbra class 1. Second call, Simbra class 1.
Well, in this class here, maybe you can't just put your thumb on the one that exactly needs to win the class, I guess. But the more I look at this young man's heifer here, the more I like her. I like her for her breed characteristics that she offers, and with that, I like her for her structure integrity. I mean, one that's just really flexible and really sound in the way she meets the surface. With that, she's a heifer that's definitely fresher in terms of her body condition. I like the fact that she's trimmer and just more muscular in the way she's built. A heifer that's got a nice balance from the profile. Yeah, maybe you'd like to tuck her up maybe a little bit on her navel, but I think in terms of freshness of condition and structure integrity, she's got to win this class. The young man's heifer that's in second, I like the build of this heifer. She's a nice balanced heifer, but from this profile right here, this heifer's just got too much body condition when we analyze her into that chest floor region and down in between them front legs. And you see it when she has to take a step too. She's struggling a little more out of her front end and off her hind end because of her body condition. Outside of that, there's a nice balanced heifer that the young man's done a tremendous job in terms of preparation, nice hair coat, nice presentation. The heifer that comes next is a bigger framed heifer that's long-sided. Just like to see more rib, body, and capacity. And the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. Again, a real straight-lined heifer that's strong-topped, just not quite the cow power that we see in the other ones in terms of rib and body and overall correctness. Back on the red Brangus side, real intriguing heifer to win the class, and I'm trying to figure out totally what I'm going to say because there's a lot of things I like, and then there's some things that make me want to scratch my head a little bit. But I think in terms of this overall build, I mean, she's good. I mean, she's got rib, she's got body, she's got substance. She's good in terms of her hip structure. She's nice in the set to her hind leg. She's really functionally sound when she gets out and goes. From the standpoint, I mean, I would like to see this heifer more ladylike in the way she's designed in terms of her head. I mean, I don't know if clubby is the right word to use for her head, but I mean, this doesn't have, like the heifer in third. To me, that's what a red Brangus head and ear shape needs to look like. And, you know, this one in front of me, I just don't see that in her. I mean, that could be you as a breeder's, your preference. I mean, that's just, you know, I'm not trying to stand out here and be an expert at raising red Brangus cattle because I'm not. I don't know what I'm drawn to, and to me, that's the characteristic of a red Brangus heifer. But past that, I mean, I really appreciate the teat and udder quality that this heifer has. I mean, their teats are nice. They're spread out nice. I mean, the build of this heifer is correct. The young lady's done a tremendous job in terms of presentation and feeding this heifer. She is probably maybe wanting to drop down in that chest floor a little bit in terms of body condition. But in terms of the body condition over her top line, in through her pins and down into her udder and her belly line is definitely trim enough. So, you know, I think that's a really high quality individual that's sound structured. She's got plenty of dimension, got plenty of rib. You just wonder if she's got enough breed characteristics or just she look lady enough up through that head and neck. The heifer that comes next is really a long-sided heifer, and I like that about her. Tremendous in terms of length of body. She's sound in terms of structure, and you like that about her. Maybe like to tone her down a little bit in terms of size and this give her just a little more broodiness if we could. Like to freshen her up in terms of body condition. And then, like I said, I really like the young lady's heifer here in terms of her head shape, her ear shape, her eye shape, the way that neck comes out of the top side of that shoulder. She's one that's getting awfully close to Kevin. But as you study her from her shoulder back, there's a female that we definitely like to make more refined and more youthful in terms of that teat size and the way that udder is going to lay into that body cavity as she comes into production. Just like to see her just more maternal under low.
Results on the east side, Class 4 in our Brahman show. First went to 89.28, Dylan Garrett. Second went to 12.33, Peyton Well. And third went to 84.18, Lillian Kate Burnett. Next in is the heifer, currently judging heifer calf champion, reserve heifer calf champion on our Brahman side.
Second call, Brahman, Class 8. Second call, Brahman, Class 8.
Single entry on the red Brangus side, and female here starting to get some age to her, and I mean you gotta admire this heifer for added length of body and strength of top line, but heifer for this age, this like to see more capacity, more performance, and then it's probably more overall heifer. But certainly the young lady's done a nice job in presentation. She's got a nice hair coat on this heifer and got her prepped for the show.
Results from a Brangus side on Class 13. First went to 22.53, Carlos Castelleja. Second went to 4.94, Rory Lescar. And third went to 93.68, Noemi Brander. In Class 14, first went to Ashlyn Peters with 84.86. Second went to 8011, Gavin Schindler. And third went to 74.76, Kennedy Penn. In Class 15, one entry. First went to 59.65, Kristen Short. Now coming in will be, on the red Brangus side, will be coming in for your senior champion female. On our Brahmin side, our heifer calf champion came out of Class 1, entry 74.06, Madison Parker. And a reserve champion, Brahmin heifer, came out of Class 3, entry 74.07, also Madison Parker. Congratulations, Madison. Attention in the barns, tension in the barns. We will not be taking a lunch break. We're going to go straight through on the show. We will not be taking a lunch break. We will be moving straight through on the show, so prepare yourself.
Well, in this particular division here, I don't know if these three animals could be more different in their type and kind, but I think they all have their strengths, and they all have maybe pieces that you'd maybe want to tweak. The young man's heifer that comes out of the first class, to me, that one screams a mama cow look. I love the degree of femininity and cow quality that one offers up through that head and neck, the ear set, the eye set, and the way her neck ties high into the top side of that shoulder. She's blended in really nice at the point of the shoulder, too, and you really notice it when she gets out and goes. I mean, her main advantage over the heifer that's behind her is the way that neck lays into that shoulder, the way she handles her top line, and the way she gets out of her shoulder. Now, both of these two cattle are both very good in terms of feet and leg structure. They meet their track, and they really glide and go well. But I think that's where your advantage is in this particular class. Also, you know, I know it gets hot down in this area, and I do think that the hair shape on this female, this in terms of breed characteristic and your advantages in the industry, I see where I lean to a hair coat more like that one for this long-term production. The heifer that comes out of the next division, I mean, she's unique. I don't know how else to say it other than to say it. I mean, she's unique in terms of type and kind, and she may be his way out there. And I guess, you know, I've never studied enough of Red Brangus shows to know if she's pushing the limits of uniqueness or not. But, I mean, still, when I look at this heifer, what's the first word that comes to mind? And it is quality. I mean, this is a high-quality animal. She's sound structured. She's beautiful uddered. Her teat spacing and female qualities down there are very correct. She's a moderate-sized heifer that's been fed very properly. She's big ribbed. She's deep flanked. She's beautiful in terms of hip and hind leg set. Those things all blend together very nice, and the young lady does her tremendous job showing. I mean, my question that's going in my mind, I mean, does she have enough breed characteristics in the way she's developed, not only in terms of hair coat, but also head and eye shape? I mean, I guess I'm not an expert there, but, you know, I guess that's one thing I'd maybe change about her if I could. But I do think she's out there. I think she's a tremendous breeding piece and very unique in this drive. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, heifer, like I said, in terms of this show ring preparation and then this beef cattle production, just like to see more cattle there. So with that being said, the young lady in front of me is going to be your division champion here today. And the young man in the front will be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Final call, Brahman Class 8. Final call, Brahman Class 8. First call, Brahman Class 9. First call, Brahman Class 9. Final call, Simbra Class 1. Final call, Simbra Class 1. And second call, Simbra Class 2. Second call, Simbra Class 2.
On the Red Brangus side, our senior champion female went to, out of Class 14, entry number 8486, Ashlyn Peters. Our reserve champion out of Class 13 went to 2553, Carlos Castilla. Currently on a Red Brangus sign, we're selecting the overall grand champion, Red Brangus female. Today, if you have a champion or reserve overall, make sure to bring your bio up to the announcer stand so we can read that during our Supreme Drive. If you have grand or reserve female overall, make sure to fill out your bio, your breed bio, and bring it up to the announcer stand. Also, trailer releases will not be given until your breed is completely finished. So, until your breed is completely finished, do not go to the office for a trailer release. Thank you.
Well, as we get into our champion drive of our Red Brangus show here, I mean, it's certainly been fun and been a pleasure and been an honor to work with these young cattlemen. As we get these cattle back out here, and I think we got tremendous amount of quality in these three division champions. And there's differences in the cattle, both visually and then maybe the way they're bred, perhaps. You know, I don't know what kind of, you know, I know you got to have a percentage probably in these things, but I mean, there's a big difference there as well. But as we evaluate these cattle and this, call it out like it is, the heifer calf that comes out of that first division, I think is very special. I mean, as a cattleman, it doesn't matter if it's a Hereford, an Angus, a Limousine, a Red Brangus, or a Brangus, whatever. All of a sudden, when you go out and tag a calf when it's a newborn calf, I mean, if you're any kind of cattleman, you know real quickly what you got there. I mean, my ag teacher back in the day taught us good, bad, or average within 5 seconds. You need to be able to decide, is this animal high quality, average quality, or bad quality quickly. And I don't know of one person in this stadium that wouldn't say that's not a high quality animal. I mean, so elegant in the way she's designed up through that front end. I love that maternal head and ear shape and eye shape in that heifer. Her neck comes so high out of the top side of her shoulder, and the shoulder lays into her body cavity so well. She's got that added length of side and strength of top. She's stout boned, she's stout featured, she's big hipped. And even you get underneath this female, she's going to develop into one heck of a mama cow when you analyze the spacing in between that front and rear teat. And that's the way she's going to come together, mature, later along in life. I mean, not only is this heifer competitive today, but she's going to be competitive in the long haul for a lot of shows and stock shows that they drag that heifer to. The heifer here in front of me, I would say maybe her show is today. You know, she is fed on spot in terms of capacity and freshness. Again, I think where she even excels the heifer that is in that first class or division there is how captivating she is from a cow quality aspect. I love that maternal shape and that broody cow head that she has on her. She's thin-necked, she's flat-shouldered, she's strong-topped, she's level-topped when she moves. I really like the differential that you have in terms of the depth of heart. It gets deeper to the center body, and then it's the deepest in the rear flank. I mean, that's a beautiful curvature to a rib shape. And then those teat quality is also nice under there, too. He's got her bred up nice. She's going to calve on time. But again, this hats off in terms of presentation of a fresh conditioned heifer that still has the hair quality, the freshness, the old presence to be awfully competitive here today. And then the heifer that comes out of the next class, again, like I said, one that is out there in terms of uniqueness. I'm not going to say that she's not high quality, because she is. Huge ribbed, big bodied, sound structured female, especially off her hind two. Now you get her back out here, you know, we say soundness of structure. I see this heifer opening up in terms of her shoulder, and I see her wanting to get up in her top line when she goes. But from there back, I mean, there's a deep flanked heifer that's big hipped. She's perfect in the set to her hind leg. Again, her tick quality and udder quality looks like it's going to be outstanding. Young lady does a tremendous job in terms of presentation and has really worked her butt off to get to the Austin Stock Show with a great heifer that's very, very nicely presented. So with that, I think we got 3 extremely high-quality heifers out here. They're all very different in terms of their type and kind. It's just my personal preference. It's not saying it's right or saying it's wrong, but it's this the way that I like them here today. I'm going to go pick you a couple champions. But hats off to these exhibitors. I think they're great young people. I think they're tremendous cattle people, and I think they're going to do great things for this breed going forward, and that's what it's about. Not just being involved in terms of a junior project, but staying engaged into it, stay involved in it, become young breeders, become the next industry leaders. Again, give these guys a round of applause. Tremendous set of cattle.
Second call, Simbra, Class 3. Second call, Simbra, Class 3. First call, Brahman, Class 10. First call, Brahman, Class 10.
On our west side of the ring, we completed the Red Brangus show. Our grand champion, Red Brangus heifer, came out of Class 10, number 1048, Truett Marks. Our reserve grand champion came out of Class 4, entry 1047, also owned by Truett Marks. Congratulations. On our Brahman side, on the east side of the ring, Class 7 goes as follow. First place went to 4870, Ryan Simpson. Second place went to entry 5757, Baxter Whitworth. And third place went to entry 1492, Levi Reisner. Congratulations. Our west side of the ring has started a Simbra show. Class 1 of Simbras are in the ring.
Second call, Brahman, Class 10. Second call, Brahman, Class 10.
Well, I tell you what, folks, in the Cimbral show, as we started, when this red heifer came in the ring, I knew instantly, no matter what breed it was, it's going to take a darn good one to beat this one, and it didn't happen. I mean, she's just functional cattle, and she's as good. She's built good from the ground up. It starts with her structure. I mean, beautiful in the way she's designed in terms of movement, foot shape, flexibility, the way she gets out of her shoulder, the way she handles her hip and hind leg. Just so broody in terms of brood cow potential. Love the femininity she has up through her front end. She's got a cow head on her. She comes back into a humongous rib cage, and she's soft flanked. She's got a beautiful set to that hind leg. Just a tremendous way to start the show. The heifer that comes in next, I think, does so with just long-term potential. There's a really long-sided, loose-structured, very attractive female. If she comes into her body and goes ahead and starts developing into that midrib, she's got the structure integrity to go the distance. She's got the added length of body to go the distance. Just today doesn't have the center body or capacity or broodiness of the one that wins the class. Same for the one said here in third. I like the strength of top that this heifer has. Young lady does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. She's a high-quality individual that gives you a nice look from the side. Again, just not quite as much body as the one that goes directly ahead of her. Young lady's blaze face heifer that comes in fourth. Again, a heifer that you really like in terms of the way she's designed. She's got a little more undercarriage to her, like to loosen her up structurally off them hind too. Young lady's heifer that comes next in the more pinkish reddish shirt. Again, moderate frame, big-bodied, easy-doing female that's very broody in terms of her approach. Again, maybe this like to change the way she steps off them hind too. The gray heifer that comes next is full of meat and muscle, big bone, stout-hipped, powerful designed. Again, maybe let's like to loosen her up off those hind too. A bigger framed heifer here that's maybe pushing the limits in terms of size and performance out here for me today. She's really long, she's big-bodied. With that, like to tone her down a little bit on a weight per day of age standpoint. The red heifer, again, a long-sided heifer, straight and strong topped. This like to see more rib and body and capacity in her. Young man's got a stouter featured one comes next. She's got some bone and substance to her. Again, like to make her more coordinated when you ask her to go in this more ladylike in the way she's made from a balance standpoint. The heifer comes next. Again, you love her beautifulness of head. She's very cowy headed. Maybe from her shoulder back, just like to see this heifer with a little more feed and time on her. She just doesn't have quite the substance yet today. Same for the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. Again, the young lady's done a tremendous job of getting this heifer broke. Might be the most broke, gentlest heifer out here, but today maybe just not quite the overall dimension and power of some of the other cattle, but keep working hard. You're doing a nice job out here.
Results on our Simbra Class 1. 46 total heifers in the show. Class 1. First went to 2097. Micah Ellert. Second went to 2294. Jenna Tyler. And third went to 2102. Bryn Pilat.
First call, Simbra, Class 4. First call, Simbra, Class 4. Final call, Brahman, Class 10. Final call, Brahman, Class 10. And first call, Brahman, Class 13. First call, Brahman, Class 13.
Results in Class 8 of the Brahman Heifers. First went to entry 8933, Trenton Garrett. Second place went to 89277, Dylan Garrett. And third went to 8930, Stephen Garrett. Congratulations.
Final call, Emma Francis, Brahman Class 10. Final call, Emma Francis, Brahman Class 10. Final calls, Savannah Remy, Brahman Class 10. Final call, Savannah Remy, Brahman Class 10. Second call, Simbra, Class 4. Second call, Simbra, Class 4. Second call, Brahman, Class 13. Second call, Brahman, Class 13.
Well, I tell you, on the Simbra side, I mean, we got differences in some cattle, but, you know, there's 3 heifers or so in here that I think are really high quality, but these 2 out here I think are exceptional, and they're exceptional for different things. I mean, the heifer that's going to win the class does so with a commanding presence. And I mean, it doesn't matter what breed type she is. I mean, that's high-quality livestock. She's so feminine and refined and beautiful and cow-like in her head shape. Her neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's perfect in the way her shoulder lays into her body. She opens up into a big heart girth and a tremendous rib shape and depth back into that flank. She get underneath her flank and look at how refined and correct her teat size and spacing is. And it matches her body type. You know, very seldom do you ever see a coarse-made, heavy-muscled heifer just have a beautiful udder. Yeah, I mean, it all goes, if you're ladylike in one aspect, you're going to be ladylike in other. And I think that blends together, not only in her soundness of structure, her underline, her rib shape, her maternal build, just an excellent way to start this class. I really fell in love with this red heifer when she got in the class, and still am. I think that's just good livestock. Where her advantage is probably with the skeleton. When that heifer comes at you, she's gauged wider than the one that goes directly ahead of her here. She's big and opened up in terms of top. She's stout boned. She's good footed. I mean, all those are characteristics that are really, really liking this heifer. Also, she's extremely mobile. I love the way she reaches out of that front end, the way she handles that hip and hind leg on the move. She's ultra refined in terms of her teat and udder quality as well. That's going to be a tremendous mama cow when she comes into production. Out here, maybe she doesn't have quite some of the wow factors of the one that goes ahead of her, but I say that's wrong in some aspect, because from her shoulder back, that's a broody, high-quality beef animal that I think is going to make one heck of a cow. The young lady's black heifer that comes next gets here in terms of quality. I love her really from her navel forward. I really like the length of body this heifer has. I like the way she lays into her shoulder. I like the head shape that she has. She's strong-topped. From her navel back is where I'd probably change her. I'd drop her down in her flank. I'd like to see her reach a little more correctly off them hind two, but that's a high-quality heifer that stands third. We get into a red heifer here that this needs more rib and body. She's strong-topped and muscular. This needs more brood cow look. The young man's heifer that comes next, again, this needs more quality and presence, more cow potential in her, but she does have some muscle to her, and she has some correctness down her top line. Big framed heifer that comes next, you like her the added depth that she has. Maybe like to fancy her up in terms of her underline and maybe tone her down in terms of size. Big red heifer that comes next. She's got some top, got some hip, got some bone. Kind of works to her disadvantage when we ask her to go. Like to see her little sounder. Same for the young man's black or red and white heifer here too. Strong topped heifer, a heifer that's got her shoulder lays into her nicely. From there back though, like to see a little higher quality animal that's a little sounder in structure. And the young man's red heifer that rounds out the class. Good. She's got her broke. She's acting nice out here. She's strong and level topped just from her shoulder back. Like to drop her down in her midrib and give her more capacity.
Results on our Brahman side, Class 9. First went to 54-64, Cass and Tip. Second went to 62-70, Kelton Eaton. And third place went to 76-57, Savannah Remy. Results on our Simbra side on Class 2. First went to 11:55, Cannon Hill. Second place went to entry 32, Kylie Rich. And third place went to 42.69, Kate Martin. Congratulations, Simbra breeders. Just a reminder in the barn, we will not be breaking for lunch with the record number of entries of heifers. We are going to go straight through. We will be going straight through.
First call, Simbra, classes 7 and 8. First call, Simbra, classes 7 and 8. Final call, Brahman, class 13. Final call, Brahman, class 13. First call, Brahman, class 14. First call, Brahman, class 14.
In this class of February heifers, I think a real logical place to start, just with the brutest appearing heifer that we have out here, just in terms of her mama cow look. She just reads female quality up through that front end. She's laid in nice at that shoulder, but then she just comes back into an explosive rib cage. She's big centered, she's deep flanked, she's soft structured. Female that this really gets out and goes when she takes a step. Just very functionally and just really this the right kind of cattle. The one here in second, I really like her in terms of her muscle shape. She's big and bold top. She's got real shapy to her hip and quarter. She's really up fronted. I like the way that neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. With that added muscle shape and stuff, she's a little rounder ribbed as well. She's not quite as soft into that mid rib as I'd like to see her. But when you get underneath this female, I really appreciate for the other quality that she's showing. She's really refined in terms of teat size and spacing. She's going to make a nice female. It's just going to take some more feed and time and a calf inside of her to drop that midrib. Same for the heifer that's in third. I like a lot of things about this heifer. really from her navel forward, if we make her a little wider gauge, that's a really nice female that's strong top. She's elegant made up through it front end. I really like the way her shoulder lays into her body. From her navel back is where I'd like to stouten this heifer up in terms of her center body, the depth of that rear flank, and how she handles that hind leg. Like to see that just a little bit more attractive. The heifer that comes next with white in her flank, she's long-sided and extended. I like her top line, her presence, and her balance over the red heifer that comes next. The red heifer is certainly one that's big top. She's powerful. She's high-performing, just not quite the overall presence. And same for the young lady's black heifer that comes next. Again, a nice project for this young lady. In terms of length of body, she's a little shorter-sided, but just like to change her off them hind two, see her this a little sounder as she goes.
Second call, Simbra, classes 7 and 8. Second call, Simbra, classes 7 and 8. First call, Brahman, class 14. First call, Brahman, class 14.
Well, I tell you what, folks, on the Cimbra side and the Januaries, what a broody, sound, functional, high-quality individual to win this class. This young man walks in with this heifer, and she just says, "Hello, look at me." I mean, she's got the commanding look. She's got the commanding structure. She's so broody and female-like up in her head and neck. She's capacious in her center body. She's perfect in terms of hip and hind leg set. She's really refined in terms of teat spacing and placement. Just has that added length and mama cow look. Just a really good place to start. The heifer that's going to come in second does so in terms of quality. I like this heifer in terms of her strength of her top. She's level and long in terms of her hip. She's elegant up through her front end. From her shoulder back, I'd just like to see a little more cow power there in terms of center body and depth of flank, but certainly one that balances up well, that sounds structured. Then we get into a pair of cattle here, the little more contrasting in type and kind. The black heifer, I put her there just in terms of femininity. I think she blended a little better in terms of the flatness of her shoulder, a little smoother in terms of her muscle pattern, but certainly she's also one that I'd like to see more body in and see gauged wider. The red heifer definitely has more shape, has more top, has more hip and muscle. I just don't see her as female in her overall features when you analyze her in terms of her head and neck, her shoulder, and a muscle pattern, just a little coarser in the way she's made.
Final call, Cimbra Class 8. Final call, Cimbra Class 8. First call, Cimbra Class 10. First call, Cimbra Class 10. Second call, Brahman, Class 14. Second call, Brahman, Class 14.
Results on the Simbra side in Class 3. First went to 91.86, Taylor Gross. Second went to entry 35, Leah Thorpe. And third went to 22.95, Jenna Tyler. Congratulations.
Final call, Simbra, Class 8. Final call, Simbra, Class 8. Second call, Simbra, Class 10. Second call, Simbra, Class 10.
On Class 10, on the Brahman side on the east side, Brahman side, Class 10, results are as followed. First went to 59.21, Addison Sanders. Second goes to 80.86, Kimberly Vasquez. And third went to entry 485, Kinsley Gandy. Congratulations. Next in is junior champion for our Brahman breed.
First call, Brahman, Class 15. First call, Brahman, Class 15.
Well, I tell you what, folks, in this Simbra show, if you're as impressed with this division as I am, give these kids one big round of applause. This tremendous livestock, and I'll be honest with you, this for being a livestock evaluator, I get into that when it's this level of competition. And I mean, there's heifers in this lineup here. They're going to go to their respective county fairs and regional fairs, or even junior nationals. And these cattle are competitive, every dang one of them. I just love the build of this red heifer up here. She's so broody and maternal in her build. Really nice balance in terms of that underlying carriage. Beautiful structured in terms of hip and hind leg set. She's opened up in terms of center body. She's got plenty of stoutness from behind. Just so maternal in her build. Yeah, maybe there's two heifers out here today that maybe have just a little bit more wow factor to them. But, I mean, with that said, I mean, that's just fundamentally good livestock there that keep you in the cattle business and keep you competitive at whatever stock show you want to go to at whatever level. The one that comes out of the next class is very intriguing. So highly presented here today, and I just love the length and femininity and attractiveness that this one has up through that front end, and yet, you know, she's clean down into that chest floor. She opens up into a humongous rib cage. She's perfect in terms of hip and hind leg set. She gets out of her hip and hind leg very well on the move. I love her teat size and spacing. She's so refined under there. Maybe the longer we have them out here and the more we ask these cattle to walk, I mean, the one thing that's my hang up on her, she wants to open up in top side of that shoulder a little bit. And at the same time, she doesn't just get out and isn't quite as it's not that she's not sound. It's just she doesn't look like she could outrun another one to the end of the fence if we asked them to get out and go. I mean, she's quiet in nature, but she just wants to roll out of the top side of that shoulder when she goes. But again, I mean, that's trying to, you know, I'm out here being a judge and describing to you as parents and you as exhibitors what I'm seeing, and I just want to be as transparent as I can. That's the only thing that I can see that it can nitpick on a very, very high-quality heifer that's not just big time at the Austin Stock Show, but is big time nationally competitive. The heifer that comes out of the next class is a brood cow. I love the moderation. I love the function that this heifer screams. She's so loose-hided and loose-bodied and loose-structured. It all this blends together into a really broody cowy prospect there. Yeah, maybe not quite the wow factor of the two heifers on either side of her, but certainly big-time kind of cow prospect there out of that third class. And then the young man's black heifer that comes out of this last class, again, ultra nationally competitive kind of heifer here. Big time in terms of length of spine, length of structure, length of hip. She's so feminine and attractive up through that front end. She's a female that actually, when you get on top of her and the red heifer, I actually see that she's maybe a little more capacious, maybe a little more opened up. Still, you get underneath this heifer, her teats are spaced right. She's going to drop a nice high-quality udder again. When asked to move, to me, this is the one that's the most effortless in terms of flexibility and the way she picks them up and puts them down. Young man, you're going to be division champion today.
Second call, Brahman, Class 15. Second call, Brahman, Class 15. First call for Brahman, Calf, and Junior Division champions and reserves. First call for Brahman, Calf Division, Junior Division champion and reserve.
On the Simbra side, catching up in Class 4, first went to 57.50, Jacob Merritt. Second place went to entry 94.69, Caitlin Hendricks. And third went to 86.75, Stockton Lightfoot. Heifer Calf champion on the Simbra side was the winner of Class 4, entry 57.50, Jacob Merritt. And the reserve champion went to entry 11.55, Cannon Hill. Congratulations to our Simbra breeders on Heifer Calf and Reserve Heifer Calf champion.
Back on the Simbra side, again, a high-quality heifer to win this class. And, I mean, she does so in a commanding look when she comes out here. She's got that presence and eye appeal and balance from the profile, yet when she's asked to go, she's very flexible out of both ends of her skeleton. She's strong top, she's square hipped, she's level spined. Again, just very elegant and attractive and cow-like up through that front end. The heifer that comes in second has some muscle to her. You like that about her. She's just a little tight. She's a little tight behind her shoulders. She's a little tight in her top. She's a little tight in her flank, a little tighter in the way she moves out of that hip and hind leg. This like to maybe soften her up and loosen her up to get more competitive with that one that wins the class. And the young man's heifer that rounds out the class. Again, a long-spined, a level-topped, a strong-topped heifer. Perhaps when you study her from her shoulder back and from her navel down, it's like to give her more rib and body and capacity from her shoulder back.
Final call, Simbra, Class 10. Final call, Simbra, Class 10. First call, Simbra, Classes 13 and 14. First call, Simbra, Classes 13 and 14. Final call, Brahman, Class 15. Final call, Brahman, Class 15. Second call, Brahman, Calf and Junior Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Brahman, Calf and Junior Division Champion and Reserve.
On the Brahman side, our junior champion heifer went to the class winner from 08, Trenton Garrett, and our reserve champion came out of Class 10, Addison Saunders. Congratulations. Results from Class 13 on the Brahman side. First went to 11.59, Kinley Curick. Second went to entry 22.99, Carlin Smith. And third went to entry 98.01, Grady Wyatt Posses.
Second call, Simbra, classes 13 and 14. Second call, Simbra, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Brahman class 15, Sterling Andrews and Avery Kolchak. Final call, Brahman class 15, Sterling Andrews and Avery Kolchak.
Really good quality pair of heifers here that different in type and kind, but both still very functional in terms of their build. The differences between them, I just see the red heifer is fresher in her body condition. You see it up in her neck and down into her chest and even back into her udder and her flank. She's a female that's just a little fresher in her body condition and has more long haul, more long-term future in her. And she does that because she's probably blessed with a little more true muscle shape when you analyze her in terms of her upper hip and the way she bases away from behind. But a big rib female that gives you a nice balance from the side. Young man does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. Young man does a nice job with this red or this black and white heifer as well. Really big-bodied, loose structured. That's where her class advantage is to the class winner is off those hind two. I definitely see that she is a little more flexible there. I'm just trying to outweigh in my mind, does she stack up enough good? I mean, she's big-bodied, she's capacious, she sounds structured. At the same time, she's starting to push a little more body condition from nose to tail. You really start to see it back in that flank and udder. Maybe just trim her up a little bit if we could. But I tell you what, big-bodied, efficient, easy-doing cattle, they just put it on easier. So I'm not taking that away from her because she's still the right kind of cattle, the kind of cattle that makes money, that turns grass into money. The heifer that comes next is certainly a big muscular heifer. She's big top, she's big hipped. She just strikes me as one that's a little plainer and coarser in her build. You see it in terms of udder development and kind. You also maybe see it in terms of overall structure. Just like to see her more refined and female if we could. The young man's red heifer that comes next is certainly one that's strong-topped and level-hipped. You like those things about her. She that's a little plainer about her head, doesn't have near the center body when you analyze her in terms of flank or center rib cage. And the young man's Brennel heifer here that rounds out the class You know, certainly a heifer that's got some mass to her. She's a heifer that's got some capacity to her. But yet when you get off to the side in terms of an overall balance and eye appeal, just not quite there. But certainly a young man's done a nice job in terms of presentation.
Final call, Simbra, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Simbra, classes 13 and 14. First call, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Results on the Brahman side, class 14. First went to 3703 Bailey Petrick. Second went to 1966 Mackenzie Dozak. And third went to 3232 CJ Calhoun. Congratulations. On the Simbra side, class 7. First went to entry 33 Lakeland Rich. And second went to entry 6342 Riley Dement. Class 8 on the Simbra heifers. First in class went to entry 2100 Caden Pilat. Second in class went to entry 1414 Justice Epley. And third in class went to 6477 Brooklyn Beard. Congratulations. Next in on the Simbras are junior champion heifers.
Second call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion. Second call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion. Please make your way to the arena. Final call, Simbra, Class 13, Leah Morgan. Final call, Simbra, Class 13, Leah Morgan. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1.
Well, I tell you what, folks, what a tremendous trio of females out here, and it really hurts my heart to put somebody second or third in this class because all three of these cattle deserve a first place ribbon for this, the function and quality and cow potential that they offer. But I think when you really stack it all up and in this evaluate, the one that hits me the hardest is the one, the bald-faced heifer, and she does it comparatively to the one that's second in this in terms of length of body, length of hip, boldness of top, boldness of hip, base width, probably substance when you really get down to it. And I mean, when you really back off from this angle right here, and I did it a couple times, when you get to this three-quarter view of them here, this the way that heifer blends and the way that stifle and hip pops out at you versus this one. I just think there's enough more cow potential, overall true added dimension in the one that leads off the class as the one that's here in second. Now the one here in second is ultra beautiful from the profile. Excellent presentation, excellent job in terms of show ring prep. Young lady does a tremendous job in terms of presenting her out here. Excellent hair coat, female that's very sound in terms of structure. You like her center body and her capacity. Relative to her center body, she's not quite as deep in that flank. And I know there she's got white down there, so I've tried to keep that in my mind the whole time, that there might be a color illusion there a little bit. But I still, when I get on top of these cattle, get right in behind them and analyze them, the depth down into that twist and the actual depth down into that flank. I just think there's a little more cattle in the one that went directly ahead of her. But look how beautiful structured this one is. Her teats are so correct and refined. That is a tremendous, tremendous heifer that has to stand second. The heifer that comes here in third is very good in her own right. She's broody. She's capacious. She's massive in terms of design. She really gets out and floats when she moves out here in the ring. When you get off to the side of her, she just doesn't balance up quite as well. Number one, she's probably a big-bodied, easy-doing kind that kind of packs a little more fat on at times. Probably this does it staring at a round bell, and that's okay. We all need those type of cattle, too. She's sound, she's functional, she's productive. Maybe there's not low overall show ring presence of those other two cattle. Maybe you'd like to lay that tail head into her a little if you could, but that is being very picky of a good heifer to stand third.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1.
Well, as we get back to the Cimbra side and pick this division championship, I mean, we've seen good cattle in all these classes, but I tell you that that class that we just wrapped up with, that was ultra competitive. Nothing to take away from the quality in these cattle here, but I think the quality line definitely falls in this class right here. You guys are going to be champion and reserve champion of that division.
Results from Class 10 on the Cimbra side. Results from Class 10. First went to 57.51, Jacob Merritt. Second went to 21.01, Parker Pilot. And third went to 20.98, Micah Ellert. Congratulations, Class 10 winners. Results in Class 15 on the Brahmin side. First went to 48.69, Ryan Simpson. Second went to 23.93, Avery Kolash. And third went to 54.60, Tyler Bolaire. Congratulations, Class 15 winners. Now in is your senior champion, Brahmin Heifer.
First call, ARB Class 1. First call, ARB Class 1. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 2. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 2.
Results on our Simbar side, our junior champion female comes out of Class 10, 57-51, Jacob Merritt. Our reserve junior champion also came out of Class 10, entry 2101, Parker Palat. Congratulations to our junior champion, Simbra Heifers.
Well, in our next class here, the young man, he had a good heifer out here earlier, and it's kind of funny. He brings one out that's built a whole lot like his last one. I can see what either he's picking in his cattle or what his breeding program is based around, because there's a lot of good in the cattle in a lot of the same ways. I really like how capacious this female is. She's so broody in that center body. She's full in that heart girth. She's bold in that rib. She's deep in that flank. He's done a tremendous job in terms of managing this one in terms of freshness. Her teat and udder quality is spot on. She's sound in terms of structure. There's a lot of things I really like about her. Maybe if I could tweak something in her, I'd like to lay that tail head in her a little bit better. But when one gets this heavy bred, I mean, something's got to give, and I know that's kind of creeping up the heavier that calf probably gets inside of her. But that's certainly a big-bodied, good-doing, practical cow prospect that's going to be very, very functional. The female that's in production already, and I commend the young lady for that, not just for something to say, but, I mean, she did calve at at her birth date, and that is to be commended about. She's a long-sided, elegant, flat-shouldered, long neck kind of female that you really like the length of hip that she has. She's sound in terms of structure. And granted, you're looking at one here that's got the calf still inside of her, and the other one that's got the calf next to her. So, I mean, you can't, it's apples to oranges, which one's deeper bodied. But I still think if you put this guy back inside of that one, I still think that there's more capacity, more overall dimension in that cattle than the one we have here in second. The one here in second, she's doing a tremendous job in terms of this calf. I do like her udder shape and design. Maybe like to strengthen up that rear udder attachment if we could. But certainly there's a long-sided, sound-structured female that's already in production.
Results on the Brahman side, senior champion came out of Class 13, 11:59, Kinley Kachurik. And our reserve champion came out of Class 15, entry number 4869, Ryan Simpson. Congratulations to our senior champions. Now in the ring is grand champion Brahman female.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2. Second call, ARB, Class 1. Second call, ARB, Class 1.
Well, I tell you what, young lady, you're a tremendous showman up there in front. Folks, give her a big round of applause. Didn't she do a nice job with that heifer? And it helps when you got a heifer like that, too, because that heifer's put together awfully nice. I mean, just tremendous in terms of balance, structure correctness, rib, body, capacity. You can tell that there's been a lot of effort and work gone on at home on this project. I just love the structure, I love the cow power, love the added dimension. Congratulations, young lady, on a very nice heifer. The heifer that comes out of the second, that's second to her, I really like this heifer in terms of her added length, her added muscularity. She's a stout-made heifer. Again, the one that's very sound in terms of structure, relative to the one that's going to go ahead of her. Not as much internal dimension in terms of forerib, rear flank, or center body, but certainly like the added length and extension in this one.
Results on our Brahman side of the ring. Our overall grand champion, Brahman female, went to Trenton Garrett, and our reserve grand champion, Brahman female, went to Madison Parker. Congratulations. Reminder to our grand and reserve grand winners, please bring your show bios so that it can be read during the Supreme Champion Drive. Please bring your show bios to the announcer table so we can read during the Supreme Champion Drive. Thank you very much. On our east side of the ring, we're starting our Santa Gertrudis show. We got a great thing. Each class winner is going to get a belt buckle sponsored by a breeder and the Midwest Coast Santa Gertrudis Association. So not only divisions and our grand and reserve, but class winners today will get a belt buckle. Class 1 winner, belt buckle sponsor is Ellis Pasture from Buda, Texas. Winner on the Simbra side in Class 14, 2 in the class. First went to 35.83 Brindley Buzzard, and second went to 63.46 Kaylee DeMint. Now we're in for our senior champion, Simbra Heifer.
Final call, ARB Class 1. Final call, ARB Class 1. First call, ARB Class 2. First call, ARB Class 2. What she got, 2? First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 3. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 3.
Judging our Santa Gertrudis show today is Ravina Bloomberg. Ravina grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion has been in the livestock industry, and she judged junior college at Blackhawk East and then Oklahoma State University, and was an All-American at both at the university levels. She holds a degree in Ag Communications from OSU. She's judged she's judged major shows in over 25 states. Help us and welcome Ravina Bloomberg as our Santa Gertrudis judge.
Well, I have to say, folks, as we pick this division lineup here, this is one of the toughest. This is the toughest decision I've made today. I do believe these heifers are both very contrasting in type, but they're both very good at that same standpoint. The red heifer that won that first class, like I said, gives you a nice look from the profile. Female that has been fed very well and very fresh in terms of body condition. Female that's very opened up in terms of center body, very refined in terms of teat size and spacing. All those things are really, really nice. Maybe what makes it a little more challenging is, I maybe like the way that black heifer lays into the top of her shoulder, at the point of her shoulder a little better. Probably like the way she lays in a little more correctly in her tail head setting, and probably this flexes a little bit better. That's the trade-off between the two cattle. The heifer that comes out of the second class, when this young lady gets this heifer's head up and gets that neck up out of that shoulder, man, does she give you a strength. You know, there's differences in front ends. You know, there's a lot of shows you go to and the judges will say, this heifer's got the best front end. Well, arguably, I don't know what the best front end is, because, yeah, this one is sharp and clean. This one is cowy and strong. And you know, that's the differences in them. And you know, this is the kind of female right here that lays down and raises a $20,000 bull with the amount of power and mass and production that she has up through that front end. I love the way that heifer lays into her shoulder. I love the length of side that she has. I love the length of hip that she has. I love the foot quality and the bone structure and the substance that she has. Like I said, both of these females are really refined in terms of teat size and spacing. This comes down to personal preference, which one you like, but I think both of these heifers are big time good. They're this very different in their type and kind. With that being said, I'm going to go look at them one more time, but again, give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Tremendous set of females.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Final call, ARB Class 1, Rihanna Shepard and Bella Parker. Final call, ARB Class 1, Rihanna Shepard and Bella Parker. Second call, ARB Class 2.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Class 1 in Santa Gertrudis go as follows. First place goes to 7853, Kaylee Starnes. Second place goes to entry 7370, Laney Kubeka. And third goes to entry 1343, Luke Nelson. Congratulations to our Santa Gertrudis winner and buckle winner.
Well, I tell you what, folks, in the Cimbrough show, I think it was the first class of the day. We had a tremendous, big-bodied, broody heifer calf that's not out here right now. But, I mean, she set the standard in terms of quality, in terms of production, in terms of mama cow look that never quit coming all day long. I can't tell you how proud I am as you exhibitors, as I am to be your judge and evaluate this quality of brood cows that are show heifers right now, but they will be brood cows and they will be impactful. Folks, if you agree with me, give them a big round of applause. Tremendous set of cattle. You know, like earlier I made the comment, you know, as a cattleman, you're out tagging calves, and you know, at our place sometimes when you synchronize them, it's not uncommon to maybe tag 25, 30 calves in a morning, and you know, you go and you tag that one and you say, well, that one's okay, that one's this or that, and then all of a sudden you pull up to one and the sun hits it just right and it arches its back, and this gives you that, hello, here I am, check me every day so I don't die kind of look. And I think that's what you have in this heifer that starts this division here. I mean, it's like, I've been good, I'm going to stay good for a long, long time. I mean, I see this one as being just a broody, big-bodied, 10, 11, 12-year-old donor cow that you can still picture and you can still show because of how good she's built in terms of her feet and leg structure, how good she's built in her spine, how good she's built in her rib shape, her hip structure, her udder quality, her elegantness, her broodiness up to her front end. I mean, that is a big-time show cattle. That is a big-time future donor. It doesn't matter what breed of cattle it is, that is a good female. Same can be said for the heifer that's in second. I read this one as power. She's not as smooth and not as flashy as her littermate up here in front because they're both built very well in terms of design and structure. This one's got the dimension. Maybe this doesn't blend the parts and pieces quite as good as that one does, but that is a big-time, powerful female that is so hinged correctly, good together. She's flexible, she's sound, three-dimensional, and then I just love the way that neck gets up out of that shoulder. She's in the right kind of body condition. She's been managed for the long haul. Very nice female there as well. And then the young lady that won the last division, like I said, when this little girl picks this heifers up and throws it up out of that shoulder, I mean, there's not much you do not like the way that design is when that heifer drops that hind leg back. And, you know, one thing I've learned of all the production sales that we've had at the ranch, you know, we can all stand out in a pasture or a pen and say, well, this one's good or this one's bad or vice versa. But until you put them rascals in a picture pen and they have the ability to walk out there and hit that stance and throw that neck up out of their shoulder, you don't know how good they really are. I mean, we can all be fooled that this one's got body and this one's got thickness, this one's this or whatever. But I mean, when this heifer hits this surface and when she pulls this heifer into that stance, wow, what a breeding piece. Where this heifer's commending relative to the group, I think, is their length of body. She is so long from nose to tail, and it's the same in terms of length of hip. You love this heifer's flexibility, her bone work, her foot shape, her substance. You get underneath her, she's still really refined in terms of teat size and spacing. Again, one that this reads strength. And I know we talk about females that are clean-fronted, and a lot of people rely them as fancy-fronted. I think this is the definition of a tremendous fronted female. And a lot of people will argue with me, but when you analyze the strength of this heifer's skull, the strength of her jaw, the mass that she has, the broodiness, I mean, there's one that makes money. So as I talk to all these females, and I'm just talking to you as a cattleman. I'm not in the Cimbral breed, but I guarantee you if I was, I'd figure out how I could gather myself some genetics like these 6 heifers that are out here because I think they're that good. With that being said, folks, give these breeders, give these kids, give their families one hell of a round of applause for a really nice set of cattle.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, ARB, Class 3. First call, ARB, Class 3.
Updating our results on our Cimbra side. First, go to our senior champions out of Class 14. Went to Brindley Buzzard with entry 3583. The reserve senior champion came out of Class 13, 1156 Cannon Hill. Our grand champion overall Cimbra heifer came out of Class 4, Jacob Merritt, entries 5750. And our reserve grand champion came out of Class 14, Brindley Buzzard, entry number 3583. Congratulations to our Cimbra breeders. Please remember to bring your bios to the announcer stand for Supreme Drive. If you want to breed, please remember to bring your bios to the announcer stand for the Supreme Drive. Thank you. On our Santa Gertrudis side, we're currently judging Class 2. The winner of this class will receive a belt buckle from the family of Cale Cornelius from Timpson, Texas.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. Second call, ARB, Class 3. Second call, ARB, Class 3. Final call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 4. Final call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 7. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 7.
Results in Class 2 of the Santa Gertrudis Show. First place went to entry 990, Penny Murray. Second place went to entry 6333, Kelton Leonard. And third place went to entry 7210, Nicholas O'Neill. Congratulations, Class 2 winners. Class 3 winner on the Santa Gertrudis side, winner of the belt buckle, is donated by Went Ranches Partners from Bay City, Texas.
Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 7. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 7.
Well, I tell you, of the times I've been coming to Texas, the show that's the most interesting and you get the most variety in is definitely this All of the Breed show here. And, you know, I'm not set in stone of what it's going to have to look like to be competitive here, other than I want you to look broody. I want you to look cowy, and I want you to look sound. And I think you put all that together and you end up with quality. And I think that's what we have in this Brangus appearing heifer that wins this class. This heifer's so good in terms of her lines. She's strong behind them shoulders. She has that strength atop that you like. She's beautiful in terms of hip and hind leg set. She's sound in terms of structure. She gets her neck high out of the top of her shoulder, and this gives you a wow factor and a balance that's very eye-appealing from the side. Very nice way to start the show. The whiter heifer here that comes next, a heifer that is very complete as well. I mean, she balances up well, but what I'll say from the profile, like if you look at her relative to the height of her hip and the height of her shoulder, I think that's where the balance and uniformity goes in the heifer that wins the class. This heifer wants to run downhill a little bit from the profile, and then she wants to fight us and struggle a little bit on the lead. And I don't know if that's this way she's wanting to handle out here today, or that's just the way she is. But that's a heifer that I really like in terms of her balance, her structure, her design, her rib. Again, I just like the overall balance and quality of the one that went directly ahead of her. We get into the April heifer here that I think had a lot of quality as well. But when you look at the standpoint that these two that this left are Aprils, and you look at this one, I got to scratch my head and say, is there enough cattle there? I think she's coming. I think she's green. I think she's well managed. I think she's going to be a nice project going forward. It's just now time, buddy, to put the pedal down and go forward with her. You've done a nice job of keeping her fresh up to this point. Now she's just got to grow. The Brangus heifer that comes next, I like her rib, her structure, and her added body volume. Yes, she gets a little easy behind them shoulders. She doesn't balance up quite right. But I do like her female qualities better than the heifer that comes next. The heifer that comes next is the stoutest, without question. This maybe becomes a little too much, just not enough female quality in that one when you study her head, her shoulder, her stifle, and her structure. The heifer that comes next, again, I really like the broodiness of this female. She's capacious, she's sound, she gets out, she picks those feet up and plants them nicely. A female that when you get in behind her, she's just a little flatter and a little narrower gauged. The Brayford appearing heifer that comes here next is functional. She's big ribbed, she's loose structured. She's going to make a nice cow prospect for this young lady. Maybe this not the extras in terms of bone work, stoutness, or eye appeal. A more attractive heifer that comes here next, I just like to gauge her wider if we could for her added frame size. She's straight and strong in terms of top line. When you analyze her in terms of forerib, rear flank, and just total base width, like to gauge her wider. The young man's heifer that comes next is a little shorter sided and not as sound in terms of structure. Same for the young man's red heifer. We like her strength of top line, just not good enough in terms of those hind legs. Like to give her more ring presence if we could. And the young lady's black heifer that rounds out the class. Certainly been a nice project for this young lady. I like the way that heifer gets her neck up high out of the top side of her shoulder, but from there back, she's just a little jammed up and needs to be structurally more correct.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8. First call, ARB, Class 4. First call, ARB, Class 4.
Results from Class 3 in the Santa Gertrudis shows as followed. First went to 42-63, J.C. Hegar. Second went to 78-39, Hannah Dreer. And third went to 93-20, Bel Air Moyer. Congratulations, Class 3 winners. Next in, Santa Gertrudis is Class 4, and the winner of that class will receive a belt buckle donated by Square Running M Ranch out of Nacogdoches, Texas. On the west side of the ring, the ARB show is going 67 total heifers today. Results in Class 1. First goes to 394, Madeline Giltz. Second goes to 8009, Bella Parker. And third place went to 2099, Caden Pilad. Congratulations to our winners in Class 1.
Second call, ARB Class 4. Second call, ARB Class 4.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. If you've had a grand or reserve grand champion heifer today in the breeding show, please bring your bios to the announcer stand. In addition, after the breeding show is done and before the Supreme Champion Drive, we will take a 30-minute break to prepare the ring for the Supreme Drive. So give yourself a little time. We'll take a 30-minute break between the conclusion of the last show before we start the Supreme Drive.
Again, in our second class in the ARB show or other breed show, a class that's maybe a little more challenged than me, but I still think the heifer that surfaces is the black heifer. When you analyze her just in soundness of structure and the way she gets out and goes, she's just the best cattle we got out here. In terms of her flexibility, she's highly presented. She's straight and strong top. She's got plenty of muscle to her. A young man does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. Just a really high quality individual to win this particular class. The heifer that comes second, the brindle heifer, again, one that's got a lot of muscle to her. She's stout hip, she's powerful, she's bold. I'd like to see her flex better off those hind two if we could, but still, she's good, productive type cattle to be second. Young man does a tremendous job showing his black heifer here. He gets her head up. It comes good out of the top side of her shoulder. She drives her hind leg back. I just like to see more cattle right there in that center body. When you analyze her in depth of heart, depth of flank, just see more rib cage there. Young lady's got a good functional heifer here that comes next. That's sound and flexible at both ends of her skeleton. I like the broodiness of her. She just maybe doesn't have the wow factor of some of the other ones that were directly ahead of her. Same with the young lady here. This heifer's got some body to her. She's sound structured again. There's not quite the hair coat or maybe quite the overall balance of some of the other cattle. She's a little shorter sighted when you get right behind her. A real stout, thick-made heifer that comes next that we just like to make more ladylike if we could in the ways that she's designed. The red heifer that comes next, a long-sided heifer that's got a lot of length and extension. Just like to see more lower third and more added dimension to her. The young man's heifer that comes next. I like the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. From there back, just not quite as much cattle when we analyze her in terms of mass and width and dimension. The tiger striped appearing heifer that comes here next, a heifer that certainly got her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's a broody and attractive. From there back, maybe not quite the balance, like to this stouten her up all the way through. Young man's yellow heifer that comes next, again, really straight and strong down that top line. Just like to see more cattle and more width and dimension all the way through.
Results in Class 1 on the ARB 11 in the class. First went to 394, Madeline Gillets. Second place went to 8009, Bella Parker. And third went to 2099, Kaylin Pilot. Congratulations, Class 1 winners.
Final call, ARB, Class 4. Final call, ARB, Class 4. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 8. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 8.
Results on the Santa Gertrudis side from Class 4. First went to 8170, William Zellert. Second place went to 6993, Laney Machete. And third went to 7372, Kinsley, Quebec. Our calf champion on the Santa Gertrudis side went to Class 2 winner Penny Murray, and the reserve champion went to Class 4 winner William Zagat. Congratulations on our calf and reserve calf champion on the Santa Gertrudis side.
Final call, ARB Class 4, Cayman Cody and Caleb Horner. Again, ARB Class 4, final call for Cayman Cody and Caleb Horner.
Winners on our Class 2 ARB. First went to 6657, Hollis Holmes. Second went to 859, Kendall Wiggett. And third went to 9222, Jackson Smith. Congratulations, Class 2 winners of ARB.
The gray heifer that's going to win the class, this puts the most good together. Really nice, appealing heifer from the profile. I like our balance. I like her structure. I like her substance. Heifer that's got enough body relative to her frame size. A heifer that's really level from hooks to pins. Really strong down that top. And again, like I said, very sound in terms of mobility. The yellow heifer that's just the most like her is here in second. I'd like to stretch this heifer out. Just give her a little more height. Maybe a little more length, maybe a little more depth. Outside of that, that's a pretty good built one. She's sound in terms of structure. She's got enough mass. She's got enough body relative to her frame size. Just very practical, very functional, kind of middle-of-the-road cow that you can go a lot of ways with. Now, other side of perspectum here, I mean, here's a big-framed, long-sided, growthy female here that I'd like to, relative to her added frame and length, like to give her more dimension if we could. The young lady's black heifer that comes next. Again, a nice kind of female that's flat-shouldered and really refined up through that front end. From her shoulder back, we just kind of run out of power, run out of substance, and run out of mass. The yellow heifer that rounds out the class, one that has more dimension than the black heifer directly ahead of her. She's just pushing a little too much shoulder. She's just too straight and rigid out of that hip and hock. But certainly a female that's got some muscle and has some power.
First call, ARB Class 7. First call, ARB Class 7. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9.
Winner of our Class 3 on the ARB side. First went to 9213, Gretchen Meriton. Second went to 1287, Maverick Cody. And third went to 2304, Grant Hammonds. Congratulations, Class 3 winners. On Santa Gertrudis side, our class winner will receive a belt buckle. And this sponsor of the Class 7 belt buckle is Justin and Jennifer Pirtle from Henderson, Texas. Thank you for your generous donation.
Second call, ARB Class 7. Second call, ARB Class 7. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9.
Results in Class 7. Santa Gertrudis Heifers. First goes to 1127. Denton Rustler. Second goes to 5988. Rihanna Villanueva. And third place goes to 3340. Maven McCullochek. Reminder in the barns, if you had a champion or reserve heifer in a breed division, please bring your bio up to the announcer stand. We need those as soon as possible. And we will also take a 30-minute break at the conclusion of the ARB and the Santa Gertrudis shows. Once they're both over, we'll start the clock with 30-minute break before we do the Supreme Drive so you can prepare properly. Thank you.
First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10.
Final call 7.
Pretty logical class in my opinion.
You don't want to get in trouble too, I see.
She's put a lot of
Yeah.
things together in one complete kind of a package. I like her look at the stand and even more when they set them in motion.
Final 7, first 8 and 9. I got a first on 10, and I'll call a second on 10 anyway.
Matches up with her program match,
Alrighty.
the power you get.
Now I wait.
Then you have to give and take from there all the way amongst this group. The heifer that I like next best, the young man has. I like her because of her active body depth and utility look there through the center portion of her body. She's one that looks like a brood cow. She's one that goes to the surface with the foot and bone. And at the same time, she's got some base width and some dimension. That's from that standpoint. I'd like to see her hinge just a little bit better the way that she handles herself from behind on the go. But I liked her added width and dimension enough better. to keep her in that
5.
second place spot. Heifer in third is one that gives you more extension.
Still missing
more
3?
length. She too,
Okay.
like to change
Missing
just
our
a little
first
bit from a
or
stability standpoint out of her hop. She's
fourth
also
and our
one that's just a little bit tighter and shallower there through
Wallace.
her center body, and that's what kind of surfaces her down into that third place spot. Heifer coming next is one that I really do like the extra
Yeah, this is the part of the day gets hard.
that she gives you in terms of her look from the profile. Aside from that, though, she's
And then to the deaf man.
And the way that she puts it all together, she wants to flatten just a little bit more when you get right in behind her. Then you got a heifer here that's big-footed and heavy bone. Aside from that, though, she's 24, so the way that she puts it all together, a little bit more tubular in terms of her body type. I like to see more natural string or the volume. Heifer that's going to round out this class is one that gives you, if you look up front, she ties high there in your shoulder. Go from there back, she kind of falls out of balance a little bit more for me. A little narrower.
One more.
Construction of the way through.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Final call, ARB, Class 7. Final call, ARB, Class 7. First call, ARB, Classes 8 and 9. First call, ARB, Classes 8 and 9.
Results of Class 8 on the Santa Gertrudis side, winning the belt buckle, sponsored by Straight Ranches from Streetman, Texas, is entry number 7995, John Bishel. Second goes to entry 6615, Graham Cross. And third goes to 6188, Kendall Carrington. Congratulations.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Classes 13 and 14. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Classes 13 and 14.
Well, I tell you what, folks, this extremely good trio of heifers here in 1 and 2 and 3, difference level in terms of showmanship skills out here, but I think what separates the cattle is when they get on the move. I just gravitate to the young lady's heifer. I think there's the power cow of the group. She's so long and flexible and massive in terms of top shape and width. Up in through her hip and stifle, and for being a big framed heifer, she still carries plenty of body. It's been managed to a T in terms of freshness. Young lady's got a lot of toughness out here. I told her, I said, just hang on to that rascal. You'll be just fine now, when she got away from her earlier. But just love the femininity up through that front end and the brood cow look that she has. Now, this young man, he could show cattle for me any day. I tell you what, this heifer has never looked bad the whole time she's out here, and I tell you, it breaks my heart to have to put him second, because that is a tremendous heifer. Relative to the one that goes directly ahead of you, you're just not quite as long, you're not quite as thick, and you're not quite as deep, this to be simple about it. But in terms of just practical brood cow, mama cow build, a beautiful structure, and a young man that just does one heck of a job in terms of showmanship, give him a big round of applause for second place. Young lady that comes next here, again, does a nice job in terms of presentation. Her heifer's level design. She's strong top. She's sound structured. This not quite the wow factor of the cattle that go directly ahead of her. Kind of a bigger bone, bigger hip, stouter made one that comes here next. You like that about her. She wants to get her hind legs up underneath her as she goes a little bit. Not quite as long, not quite as refined as some of the other heifers. A heifer here that gives you a nice presence is the one here comes next. I just don't quite see as broody of a look in her. You analyze that in terms of her structure. Just a little straighter hawked, just a little tighter moving from behind. Young man's got a flat-shouldered, broody female that comes next. I like that about her. She's got sus in her body. Just gets a little flatter and tapers at the base of her stifle, not as attractive in that set to that hind leg. A pair of tiger stripes that come here next, and those cattle certainly are good kind of cattle. I just see more added length and extension and femininity in the young lady's heifer here in the white shirt versus the young lady in the pink shirt. The young lady in the pink shirt's got a big ribbed one. She's sound, she's functional, You like the capacity she has. Just not as quite as elegant as a tiger that goes directly ahead of her. We get into a pair of black cattle here. I like the refinement and femininity of the young man's heifer. From her shoulder back, just like to power her up, get her more center body. The young lady's heifer that rounds out the class when we get into a January heifer here. I like the way the heifer's made to a degree. She just needs to be lengthened out, need to be a little taller and just more added dimension for a January yearling.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, classes 13 and 14. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, classes 13 and 14.
Results from Class 4 on the ARB side. First went to entry 7369, Laney Kubeka. Second went to entry 1291, Cayman Cody. And third went to entry 3582, Brindley Buzzard. Currently in our calf and reserve calf champion on the ARB side.
Second call, ARB, classes 8 and 9. Second call, ARB, classes 8 and 9. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, classes 13 and 14. Second call, final call, Santa Gertrudis, classes 13 and 14. First call, Santa Gertrudis, class 15. First call, Santa Gertrudis, class 15.
Class 9 results on our Santa Gertrudis side are going to get a belt buckle sponsored by Kubeka Ranches.
Well, as we bring these 4 class winners back out here, I think there's differences in type and kind, and I don't know if it would be possible to make this show look uniform because, I mean, you're comparing apples to oranges and pears to bananas the whole time. But one thing I do think that these cattle represent out here is some female quality, and I do think they're sound in terms of their structure. It started with the young lady's black heifer that come out of that first class. You know, I just thought she was the most elegant heifer out in that class. Sharp and clean and strong down her top, plenty of dimension, sound in terms of structure. Again, she does a tremendous job in terms of presentation. So's the young man. What a great job he does on the show stick and halter. He could show cattle for me any day. I mean, he's just very charismatic. You can tell he's worked hard on this heifer, and you can tell he wants to be out here in this moment, and I commend him for that. He's got his heifer ready too. She's clean conditioned. He's got a nice hair coat on her. She's strong topped. She's level hipped. Again, she's elegant up through her front end. Maybe relative to some of the other cattle out here, I'm not seeing quite as much body and rib and rear flank in her, but still, that's a very nice, high-quality project, one that you should be darn proud of to bring to the Austin Stock Show. Young lady's got a really big-bodied, sound-structured one that comes next, is the gray one. Again, she does a tremendous job in terms of presentation, like the balance, like the design, like the overall quality in that one. Then the young lady that comes out next, and she's got maybe the heifer that this strikes me as the broodiest one of the group. I love the shape of head and neck in this one. Her chest is tucked up in her. It progresses back into a big rib cage. But probably what intrigues me the most about this heifer is when she hits the surface, the way she drives and plants off both ends of her skeleton. And then you get underneath her, and you just love the teat and udder quality that she's starting to develop underneath her. I just read her as a productive cow. One else, other one I'll mention is the young man's brocal face heifer there. This in terms of being a good kind of cattle. Functional, practical, sound, balanced, well-designed. Again, a young man that this does one heck of a job in terms of showmanship skills. So with that being said, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for this division. Young lady with the purple bow, you're going to be our division champion. Bring that heifer on out.
Final call, ARB, classes 8 and 9. Final call, ARB, classes 8 and 9. First call, ARB, class 10. First call, ARB, class 10. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, class 15. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, class 15.
Results in Class 9 Santa Gertrudis heifers go as followed. First goes to 2084 Sierra Wanek. Second place goes to 7403 Fiona Joseph. And third place goes to 1124 Savannah Rossler. Congratulations. And the belt buckle sponsor for that class was Kubiak Ranches again. Gene and Nancy Kubeka from Bay City, Texas. On our ARB side, our calf champion goes to the Class 4 winner, 7369, Laney Kubeka, and reserve champion goes to Class 4, Cayman Cody, entry 1291. Congratulations. Results from Class 10 Santa Gertrudis Heifers. First place goes to 6189, Kendall Carrington. Second place goes to 8445, Caden Mullins. And third goes to 5979, Kendra Minshew. Our Class 10 sponsor of the belt buckle was Rocking S6 Cattle Company, the Schulman family from Navasota, Texas. Thank you for your generous donation.
Second call, ARB Class 10. Second call, ARB Class 10. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15.
Really nice bald face heifer to lead out with here, and one I think blends a lot of things really nicely together in terms of a balance, a design standpoint, a female that's sound in terms of structure and has some body and eye appeal and overall presence to her. The young man does a nice job in terms of presentation. The heifer's just really elite out here in terms of a balance and design standpoint. Bigger framed heifer that comes next. She's long, she's extended, she's big top. She's wide pinned, maybe not as loose structured as the cattle goes directly ahead of her, but I still think there's some quality in this one as well. The big black heifer that comes next, really sound in terms of structure. You like that about her. She's got that added length of body and female quality to her. Maybe this doesn't have as much center body or practical cow power in her rib cage as the other two heifers, but that nice heifer there in third. A real thick top, thick-ended heifer, and the yellow one that comes next that's moderate in terms of frame size. I just didn't quite see the added growth and overall extension in her as the ones directly ahead of her. Get into a brindle type heifer that comes next that's big top, she's big hipped, she's sound structured. Maybe this need to design her a little bit better. Young man's heifer that comes next. She's straight and strong in her top line. You like that about her. You like how gentle he's got her. She's very quiet for him out here. a female that's sound enough in terms of feet and legs. Again, maybe that's not the wow factor in terms of a balance standpoint. Young lady's heifer that comes next. Again, a dark red heifer that's certainly done well on feed. She's got her in the proper body condition. This don't see quite the center body or structure correctness in her. And the same with a young man's heifer that rounds out the class. A big framed heifer that's got added length of body and size. Just a little plainer up through that front end, not as correct from her shoulder back in terms of the way her parts and pieces come together.
Final call, ARB, Class 10. Final call, ARB, Class 10. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Results on our ARB side, Class 7. First went to 88-21, Vicente Garza III. Second went to 80-85, James Mason Carlo. And third place went to 856, Greenlee Wallace. Congratulations.
Over here, I think we got a really nice place to start and a real eye-catching heifer that blends a lot of good together in terms of femininity and cow quality up through her front end. A female that's very strong down her top line that has that added length of hip, and her udder quality looks like it's going to be spot on in terms of spacing and teat length. She's very proper in the set to that hip and hock. Again, a heifer that's been fed well, that's fresh in terms of condition. We come into 2 and 3 cattle here, and maybe a little differences in type. I went with a more markedly framed female that's maybe a little sounder and a little more capacious in terms of that center body. The young man's red heifer certainly is a little longer sighted, a little more extended, but maybe gets a little steeper out of that hip and a little more awkward in the way she handles that hind leg. But again, a nice pair of cattle. Let's give those people a big round of applause. Really nice heifer to win the class.
Results on Class 8 on the ARB side first goes to 47-28, Whitley Beatrick. Second place goes to 64-96, Tech Ferris. And third goes to 9233 Lane Dameron. Congratulations, ARB Class 8 winners. On our Santa Gertrudis side, our junior champion female comes out of Class 7, 1127 from Denton Rossler. And our reserve champion comes out of Class 9, Sierra Wanick. That's our junior and reserve junior champion. Next in is Class 13. Our Class 13 belt buck sponsor is Amanda Milliken from Crum, Texas. Thank you, Amanda, for your generous donation.
First call, ARB, classes 13, 14, and 15. First call, ARB, classes 13, 14, and 15. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Well, just a good heifer to start this class with here. Again, one that this screams maternal, maternal, maternal. And it starts at her nose. Beautiful head, beautiful ear, nice head in this female. I love the way her shoulder lays into her body. From there back, she's a long-bodied female that's very good from hooks to pins. Beautiful in terms of structure when she gets out and goes. So the amount of reach that she has off her front end and the amount of flex that she has off her hind end really sets her apart in this particular class. Then we come into a pair of bigger bodied, higher performing, maybe a little easier doing type of heifers, or maybe some that's been fed a little harder too. I love the freshness that this heifer's in terms of body condition. I just see a little more correctness in the yellow heifer. I think she's a little stronger down her top line. I believe she's a little more correct from hooks to pins, and I analyze her down into that hip and hock. I think she plants and drives off that with a little more stability. Really sound structured, big bodied, easy doing, one here in third. You like those things about her. She's got the performance and the rib and the body and the volume. You get underneath that heifer. She's really refined in terms of teat size and spacing relative to the other cattle that go ahead of her. Maybe this, from a design standpoint, doesn't balance up quite as nicely. And then we got a really straight-lined heifer that comes next. I like her for her strength of top. Female that this needs more center body from her shoulder back. Like to see her flex and go a little more reach and flexibility off those hind too.
Results on our Santa Gertrudis side, Class 13. First goes to Rena Villanueva. Second place goes to Nicholas O'Neill. And third place goes to Caden Leonard. In Class 14 on the Santa Gertrudis side, first place goes to 6994 Laney Machete. Second place goes to 1764 Avery Moreland. And third place goes to 7174 Sydney Luce. Congratulations. Our Class 14 buckle sponsor was Daryl Dennison from Alvin, Texas. Thank you, Daryl, for your great donation.
Second call, ARB, Class 13, 14, and 15. Second call, ARB, Class 13, 14, and 15.
On our ARB side, Class 9, winners go as followed. First place goes to 9119 Mandy Johnson. Second place goes to 6465 Brendan Driscoll. And third place goes to 6627 Analia Munoz Cardi. On our Santa Gertrudis side, our Class 15 belt buck sponsor is Excel Santa Gertrudis from Santa Fe, Texas. Thank you for your generous donation. Excel Santa Gertrudis from Santa Fe, Texas. Results of Class 15 on the Santa Gertrudis side, 3 in the class. First went to 7404, Fiona Joseph. Second goes to 9172, Angelique Sanchez. And third went to 8492, Kai Yackel. Next in will be our senior champions on the Santa Gertrudis side. Senior champion Heifer on the Santa Gertrudis side.
Well, again, I tell you what, when this heifer first came in and walks around here, she just gravitates to your eye in terms of this bringing the right kind of cattle. Sound in terms of structure, really broody and refined up through that front end, and this has a cow look. She comes back into a beautiful rib shape. Again, this got to love the udder quality that she's starting to drop back into that rear rib and flank. She drives and plants off that hind leg as good as anything we got in the class. this reader is a real broody female that's very practical and very spot on in terms of cow kind. The young man that comes here next is one I do like her in terms of her muscle design. She's big topped, she's big hipped, she's really refined in terms of teat size and spacing. With that, she's just a little harder hocked heifer, and it kind of starts up in her tail head. She wants to get that tail head up out of her, and she wants to drive and plant just a little hard off that hock, but certainly there's a heifer that's got some muscle, has some rib, has some overall eye appeal. We come into a yellow heifer here that's just a little more correct in terms of her lines than the black one that comes behind of her. She's a little heavy in terms of condition, but I still see her fresher in her overall design and just a little more female-like in her parts and pieces than the black heifer that comes next. The black heifer that comes next, without question, has the foot and bone, but with that, I think from my standpoint, you're probably going to have a lot of calving difficulties that will come along with that at some point in time too, because that's a lot of substance, that's a lot of mass, that's a lot of cow. But this better breed her pretty safely in order to keep her in terms of production. This like to tone her down a little bit in terms of body condition and overall mass. The red heifer that comes next is certainly one that's refined in her makeup. I love her head. I love the way her shoulder lays into her body. From her shoulder back, just not enough, quite as much cattle there. I do enjoy looking at her refinement, and she's going to be very elegant in terms of udder quality when she comes into production, just like to stouten her up all the way through. The black heifer is really big-sided. She's long-sided. She's extended. Maybe this a little rounder out of that hip and wants to drop them pins when she goes. Young man's heifer that's going to round out the class. This a little greener in terms of body condition out here today, but certainly I like the fact that her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. This from her shoulder back, like to see a little more cattle.
Final call, ARB Class 15. Final call, ARB Class 15. First call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Winners on the ARB side, Class 10. 7 in the class. First goes to 32-21, Kinsley Rose. Second goes to 92-14, Barrett Merton. And third place in that class goes to 85-79, Savannah Skaggs. Currently in on our ARB side is the junior champion female drive. Next in on our Santa Gertrudis side will be for our grand champion Santa Gertrudis heifer. Our champion belt buckles are sponsored by our grand champion belt buckle sponsor was Triple P Ranch from Trinity, Texas. Our reserve grand champion belt buckle was sponsored by Mackey Cattle Company from Timpson, Texas. Thank you to both of you for your generous donations. Our senior champions on the Santa Gertrudis side. Senior champion goes a Class 13 winner, Rihanna Villanueva, number 5987. And our reserve champion comes out of Class 14, Laney Matchett, entry number 6994. Currently, on the Santa Gertrudis side, we are picking our grand champion and reserve grand champion, Santa Gertrudis Heifer.
Second call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Well, I tell you, just a really nice representation out here. The young man brings his black baldy heifer back out here, and she was just built so right in that class. She was eye-peeling. She was the sensible size in terms of her frame and her body condition and her weight for a fall-born calf. And she's got that rib. She's structured up nice. And again, the young man does a nice job in terms of presentation. The young lady come out of the next class and did so in terms of quality. Maybe when you get this heifer back out here, I mean, she's one that's probably pushed the envelope in terms of size and scale for me out here. She's pretty good size for a fall heifer, but with that, more importantly, I'd probably like to lay her back in that shoulder. Maybe see her reach out of her front end with more flex. But from there back, there's a nice stretching heifer that's very correct in terms of lines and very high quality. The young lady's heifer that comes next, that I believe is in August, female that's just really good in terms of the way she's made structurally. I love how ladylike she is about her head and neck. Her shoulder lays into her nice. She's a long-bodied heifer that's very good out for her hip and set to her hind leg. Again, so sound in terms of her overall function and just practicality when it comes to structure. Young lady's July heifer, is that right? Or August, June heifer here, heifer that you just really like her for a cow character. Beautiful headed, big bodied heifer that's really long hipped. She's beautiful structured in terms of hip and hind leg set. She's going to have a high quality udder. I like the fact that she's springing along nicely and probably going to calve there, in a couple of months or so, because you can tell it. She's starting to spring a little bit. But just a really nice kind of cattle. If I could change this heifer, you get in front of her, she gets a little sharp or bold at the point of that shoulder, and you can see it there when you get around in front of her. But I mean, from the profile, she's just the right kind in terms of rib, body, volume, and structure. So to me, it becomes very close between three of these heifers. The ones in the race for me is the young man at the front, the young lady here in the black shirt, and then the summer heifer that come out of the last class. But with that being said, the one that this puts the balance, the design, the structure, the function all together is the young lady's right here. She'll be your division champion.
Results on the ARB side. Our junior champion came out of Class 9, Maddie Johnson, and our reserve champion came out of Class 10, Kinsley Rose. Congratulations to our ARB heifers. On our Santa Gertrudis side, our grand champion heifer came out of Class 13, Rihanna Villanueva, entry number 5987, and our reserve grand champion came out of Class 2, Penny Murray. Congratulations. If you have a grand or reserve grand champion breed heifer, please bring your bios to the announcer's stand as soon as possible. If you have a grand or reserve grand champion, please bring your champion's bios to the announcer's stand as soon as possible. At the conclusion of the ARB show, we will take a 30-minute break and prepare for the Supreme Champion breeding heifers.
I think we got a really nice black heifer to win this class. Again, has that female quality, and it starts up through her front end. Very elegant up through the head shape and the ear set in this female. She's proportioned right in terms of center body and spring of rib and depth of flank. She's nice in terms of her bone work. She's square-hipped and drives and plants nice off that hind leg. Just a nice place to start this class. Then we come into a pair of cattle that are very different in terms of type and kind. I'm going to go with the red heifer structural integrity. When I watch these cattle go, she just reaches out of her front end with a little more reach. She's more stable and secure off that hip and hind leg, and plants down with a little bigger foot and a little more substance of bone. The black heifer that's going to round out the class, I like the fact her neck comes high at the top side of her shoulder, but from there back, not quite as much cattle in terms of center body. Like to change her off those hind two if we could structurally. Well, in this particular class here, the young lady in the gray heifer is going to win. She just does so in terms of this overall mass. Female, this has got more flexibility to her. She's got more rib and body and volume to her. She's just got more dimensioned out to her hip and down into her stifle. I'd like to refine those teats up if I could and maybe trim her up underneath. But certainly that's a nice balanced heifer that's sound structured, that's got plenty of body and volume. The brindle heifer that's going to be second here today does so this in terms of length and structure correctness. A female that her neck comes good out of the top side of her shoulder. Relative as you work your way back, that still cattle I'd like to see more rib and body, and she almost maybe strikes me as maybe she maybe slipped her calf because she's kind of built some mudder. She doesn't have any body left in her. So I hope that wasn't a tough luck for that young man. Hopefully she's still pregnant, but this like to power her up all the way through, but do admire her for her soundness of structure. The gray heifer that's going to come here next is this a little bigger outline kind of cattle than the black one that rounds out the class. I like her added length, I like her added size and added performance. The black heifer that's going to round out the class, her neck does come high at the top side of her shoulder, but relative to this age group here, we just need to see a little more performance and size and scale. Like to see her with more body and this a little better structured as well.
Results of Class 13 on the ARB side. First went to 34-15, Caden Rawls. Second went to entry 85-52, Aaron Van Rokel. And third went to 9109, Emily Holloman. In Class 14 on the ARB side, first place went to entry 1816, Kendall Wiggett. Second went to entry 212, Caleb Matusik. And third went to entry 1594, Kimberlyn Sanders. Congratulations. Next in the ring is Class 15, and then we will, at the conclusion, we will pick our senior champion heifer. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. If you had a grand champion or reserve grand champion during the breeding show, please bring your heifer bios to the announcer's stand immediately. If you had a grand or reserve grand champion and you'll be participating in the Supreme Drive. Please bring your champion bio to the announcer's table immediately.
A pair of November cattle here, and I just like the fact that this red cow's in production. And I'll be honest with you, the three cattle out here, I think this heifer calf has the most quality of all the three of them out here, and I think that's what gives it the edge. That's what our goal is in terms of production of beef cattle, is the next generation has to be better, and I think that's what this cow's done. She's definitely got a good udder. She's putting a lot into that calf. She's got some good body condition on it. As a pair of cattle, I would like to strengthen them up from hooks to pins and give them a little more length and especially the cow a little more quality. But I do give her the advantage of getting into production and making a hand at this point in her life. The big yellow heifer is definitely the higher quality one visually of the pair. I can see that. I like the fact that she's tall front edge, she's strong top, she's good in terms of structure. It looks like she's going to have a nice udder. I mean, at this point in life, though, I'd just like to see her with a little one beside her, to be honest with you. But again, a very good female that's high quality.
Results in Class 15 on the ARB side. First goes to 73.65, Caitlin Gilbert. Second place goes to 4448, Elijah and Syrup. Next in will be senior champion ARB Heifers. Next in the ring will be our senior champion ARB Heifers.
Well, as we move into our last division here and get the cattle back out here, like I said, this show is one that's a little different in terms of apples and oranges and different sizes and shapes, but still when it comes down to it in terms of quality and function and broodiness and a mama cow look, I think it's pretty hard to get away from this black heifer. She's going to be your division champion here. This in terms of cow presence, rib and body and structure and just overall integrity, she's pretty hard to part with in this group. Congratulations. And then for the reserve champion, this in terms of balance and design and overall structure, the gray females has got more rib and body and volume. She'll be your reserve champion.
Senior champion ARB Heifer goes to class winner 13, entry number 3415, Caden Rawls. Reserve champion goes to class 14, entry 860, Kendall Wiggett. Next in will be grand champion ARB Heifer. Next in the ring is grand champion ARB Heifer. At the conclusion of the grand champion ARB Heifer, we will take a 30-minute break to prepare the rings for our Supreme Champion Drive. Well, again, as we get these three division winners and reserve division winners back out here, I am happy with the cow quality that we have, and I think you can see it represented in the cattle. They're cattle that have some soundness of structure. Their udder quality is going to be nice on these females, and they look like ladies. They got some nice heads and ear shapes on them, and from their back, they're smooth in their muscle pattern. They're sound in terms of structure, and they're ladylike in their build. As we go throughout the cattle, like I said, there's been differences in size and shapes and color patterns and breed types, but still at the end of the day, it's about quality cattle. So with that, I think we got some really nice ones out here.
I'm going to go and pick the one that's the most striking to me today. Let's give them a big round of applause and congratulations.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Our Supreme Drive will start exactly at 4:30 p.m. Our Supreme Drive will start at 4:30 p.m. Our grand champion, ARB Heifers. Class 4 winner, Laney Kubeka, entry number 7369. Our reserve grand champion, ARB Heifer out of Class 9, Mandy Johnson, entry 9119. Congratulations. As soon as you can, please bring your bios to the announcer's desk, and we will begin the Supreme Drive at 4:30. We will begin the Supreme Drive at 4:30. That's a 30-minute break. Thank you.
This is our first call for all breed champions to make their way back to the arena. First call for all of our breed champion and reserves to make their way back to the arena. Second call for all of our breed, champion, and reserve animals to make their way back to the arena. Second call for all of our breed, champion, and reserves to please make your way back to the arena. Final call for all of our breed, champion, and reserve animals to make their way back to the arena. Final call for all of our breed, champion, and reserves to make it back to the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come in and take your seats. We're ready to start our Supreme Champion Heifer Drive, our Supreme Champion Heifer Drive. Our first heifer leading out will be the Beefmaster heifer. Beefmaster heifer is owned by Addison Poe. Addison's 10 years old. She's from Stephenville, Texas. Her 4-H club is Erath County 4-H. Her future plans are to play volleyball and judge livestock at Texas A&M University, become a veterinarian, and continue raising show cattle with my family. Her favorite hobbies are showing cattle, volleyball, and basketball. Welcome, Addison. Our reserve champion Beefmaster heifer goes to Emily Britton. Emily's 15 years old. Her hometown is Goodnight, Texas, and from Goodnight, Texas, she goes to the Carson County 4-H Club. Her future plans are to be a livestock photographer, and her hobbies are to show cattle. Next in is our breed champion Brahman heifer. Our Brahman heifer is owned by Trenton T-Bone Garrett. He's 17 years old, hometown of Orange Grove, Texas. His 4-H club is Cal Allen 4-H. His future plans are to go to college at Sam Houston State University and study agribusiness. His hobbies include showing cattle, football, and baseball. Welcome, T-Bone. Our reserve breed champion Brahman heifer is owned by Madison Parker. She's 16 years old. Hometown is Liberty, Texas. Her club is Liberty County 4-H. Madison future plans are to attend Texas A&M University, majoring in animal science, and go on to law school. Her favorite hobbies are showing livestock. Welcome, Madison. Our breed champion Brangus heifer. Our breed champion Brangus heifer is owned by Clevie Allen. She's 13 years old, and her hometown is Crockett, Texas. Her club is Latexo 4-H. Her future plans, Clevie plans to be a leader in the cattle industry and continue to raise Brangus cattle in Crockett, Texas. Plan to attend Texas A&M and have a career in livestock marketing. Her favorite hobbies, she loves breeding and raising and showing Brangus cattle. She also loves livestock photography and her mom and dad. Welcome, Clevie. Our reserve grand champion, Brangus heifer, is with Mackenzie Schrader. Mackenzie is 17 years old. Her hometown is Belleville, Texas. Her club is Austin County 4-H. Mackenzie's future plans, she would like to be a chiropractor, and her favorite hobby is showing cattle. Welcome, Mackenzie, to the Supreme Drive. Our breed champion, Red Brangus heifer, goes to Truett James Marks, age 14. His hometown is Waxahachie, Texas. His club is Ellis County 4-H. Truett's future plans are to attend Texas A&M University and potentially be an agriculture pharmaceutical rep while growing his Red Brangus herds. His favorite hobbies are golf and showing cows. Welcome, Truett. And our reserve breed champion also goes to Truett James Marks. He's age 14, Waxahachie. He wants to go to Texas A&M again. He did say Oklahoma State. I just left it out on the first one. He loves raising Brangus cattle, and he loves golf and showing cows. Welcome, Truett. Our breed champion, Santa Gertrudis, is next to enter the ring. Our owner is Rihanna Villanueva. She's 14 years old. Her hometown is in Pearland, Texas. She's from Brazoria County 4-H. She attends to future plans are to attend Texas A&M and become an embryologist. Her favorite hobbies are showing cattle, livestock judging, spending time with family and friends. Our reserve breed champion, Santa Gertrudis, goes to Penny Murray. Penny is 10 years old. She's from Nacogdoches, Texas. Her club is Central Heights FFA. Her future plans are to be a doctor, and her favorite hobbies are showing cows. Welcome, Penny. Next up is our Simbra champion. Our Simbra champion is Jacob Merritt. He's 11 years old. His hometown is Henderson, Texas. His club is Rusk County 4-H. His future plans to attend A&M and run a business that makes custom baseball bats. His favorite hobby is showing cattle, playing baseball, and shooting barbow. Welcome, Jacob. Our reserve champion Simbra heifer is Brindley Buzzard, age 9. Her hometown is Navasota, Texas. Her club is Grimes County 4-H. Her future plans to attend the University of Arizona and become a small animal veterinarian. Her favorite hobby is competitive dance, pageants, and showing cows. Welcome, Brindley. Our breed champion in the ARB side, Lainey Kubeka. She's 8 years old. Her hometown is Bay City, Texas. Her club is Van Vleck Community 4-H. Her future plans, she's looking forward to summer and getting her 5-star Showtime heifer bred. And her favorite hobbies, Lainey loves softball, basketball, volleyball, and gymnastics. But she also loves her cattle and working in the barn with her dad. Welcome, Lainey. And last but not least, our reserve champion ARB heifer is owned by Maddie Johnson, 14 years old. Hometown, New Elm, Texas. Her club is Austin County 4-H. Her future plans, she wants to attend Texas A&M University and major in cattle genetics and reproduction. Her favorite hobbies are showing cattle and volleyball. Welcome to the Supreme Drive, Mandy Johnson. Judging our Supreme Drive today, two outstanding members of our livestock judging community, Ravenna Bloomberg. Ravenna Bloomberg grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion for livestock industry led her to Blackhawk East and then to Oklahoma State University, where she was a member of the livestock judging teams at both and named All-American on the junior college and university level. She holds a degree in Ag Communications from OSU and an MBA from the University of Central Oklahoma. Ravenna has judged major shows in over 25 states as she enjoys spending time evaluating livestock and working with youth in agriculture. She and her husband, Blake, live in Secor, Illinois, and have 4 children: Brecklin, Brenham, Berwick, and Bexton. Thank you, Ravenna, for being here, judging our show. Our other judge is Kyle Perez. Kyle Perez is owner of Perez Cattle Company in Narra Vista, New Mexico. He graduated from Kansas State University and was a member of the livestock judging team. After graduation, he returned to the family ranch where they raise 800 head of cow-calf operation. They raise both registered Hereford and Angus cattle. They have 2 bull sales a year, selling 200 bulls annually. The spring sale is at the ranch in New Mexico in February, and the fall sale is in Columbus, Texas in October. They also offer 90-day pregnant recip cow programs for customers for both spring and fall transfers. He and his family have shown on the national level and have exhibited national champions at Denver, Reno, Fort Worth, Louisville, and Cattlemen's Congress. In 2009, Kyle was named Hereford Herdsman of the Year. He also served as a junior Hereford Board Director and the American Hereford Board Director. Kyle has judged shows all over the nation, from the county level to the elite national shows. Welcome, Kyle. Next, I'd like to say a big thank you. These shows do not get put on without a bunch of help and people who work extremely hard. I'd like to thank everyone from Sam Houston State University, led by Dr. Marcy Beverly and Dr. Stanley Kelly. and the interns from that Sam Houston State University. They helped us with unloading yesterday, which went flawlessly, checking in all the cattle, running the show today, and working the ring and lineup. We could not have this show and run this show without them. Please give them a big round of applause for all the work they do. We also want to thank our volunteers, our Rodeo Austin volunteers down here on the floor. Please raise your hand, everybody. Rodeo Austin volunteers, for all the work that you do and all the time that you put in and your valuable commitment to the committees. Another part we could not do the show without.
Well, I apologize that we took just a little bit longer there, but if you would, these young people out here in the center of the ring have really worked hard. They brought some quality livestock to Austin, Texas, and they deserve your round of applause for sure. You know, it's always fun whenever you get a lineup and you're picking the champion of the champions, for lack of a better phrase out here, because I think obviously all of these females offer so much quality and good with what they represent within their breed and what they represent in this ring out here. And so it's always interesting, you know, obviously there's a few of these that I've seen just a little bit more today. There's a few of them that Kyle saw just a little bit more on the other side of the ring today. And so to kind of come together and try to discuss the differences that we see amongst them and try to land on the same pair of them to use for Grand and Reserve. You know, sometimes that gets challenging because there is so much quality out here and there's so much good represented. It makes our job as the evaluators fun, but at the same time, it can make it a little bit more time consuming because we want to make sure we don't miss something. We know these young people have worked really hard to get to this point. This means something to them. This means something to their families, and we want to make sure that we do our due diligence to really analyze the quality that's out here and land on the ones that we feel the most comfortable with. I think it's an incredible lineup. You know, when they called and they asked if I wanted to come evaluate your heifer show down here, I was real excited about it. You know, I think the older I get, the older my kids get, and the more things that they're involved in, it's harder and harder to be gone, and it takes more and more of a draw for me to say, yep, I can take away for a while and load up and leave them at home with what they have going on and come and do this. But I was excited when they called me for here because I knew that the quality of the livestock would be good. I knew these kids in Texas work hard and that they would come to play and they would come hard with what they could do, and it would be a fun show to evaluate. And you guys have definitely proven my instincts right because it's been an enjoyable day. I know we got more breeds on Saturday, but so far I would say the quality ran deep. The upper end of this thing is sure impressive, and so my compliments to you. I'm not going to go through and talk about each one of these, but I think as we've sorted through, I know on my side of the ring, you know, I talked a lot about function. I think that's important to me, and I know that it is for Kyle too. Kind of intermittently, I would hear some of the things that he was really prioritizing on his ring, and I think that's one of the things that within this industry we always need to kind of come back to is what the fundamentals are and what makes good quality cattle that much better than the average ones, and not just their added look and show ring presence, but how they're built in terms of their structure, their functional body type, and then we lay those extras on there to make them that much better, and that's what gives you a lineup like this out here that's definitely rewarding, but definitely competitive for these young people. Kyle's going to go out and select your champion. If you would, let's put our hands together one more time for these exhibitors, and he'll make a few comments as well.
Well, thank you, Ravenna. If she was going to give that good a speech, hell, I should have went first. But I tell you what, I am passionate about this. I'm passionate about the kids, and I'm passionate about the kids not only exhibiting here at the fair, but going back and making an impact in your local county and your local breed association. And I guess that's the one thing I would challenge you young people is don't let your inspirations of the livestock industry stop at the Austin Stock Show. I mean, take these cattle on to the junior nationals in your respective breeds, because I think we have national competitive cattle out here representing all these breeds. And to me, that's what's fun, is to challenge these kids as young breeders, is don't ever let anybody tell you can't achieve anything, because, you know, I always think back to when I was a young man and, you know, they talked about how I ran for the junior board. I mean, that was for some reasons. I wanted to give back, but the number one reason I ran for the junior board of directors was I wanted to become a better breeder. I wanted to be an impact person in my particular breed. So I challenge you guys as that is be involved. Get involved in public speaking. Get involved in livestock judging. Get involved in any facet of production agriculture that you can. Broad and try new things. Reach out there, analyze cattle, talk with breeders. I mean, you know, I think about the things that got me to the position where I'm at right now, and it was one of the most important was going to college and judging on a collegiate judging team. the experiences that I got, the cattle operations I got to visit. I mean, I'd go there, and I'd go there to practice livestock judging, but I'd always check out the working facilities and see how they manage their cattle and talk to them about their vaccination programs. I mean, there's so many things that you guys can soak up and build upon. And when you tie all that together and you bring good stock together, that's when you develop the next leaders in the livestock industry, and I think that's what we have out here today. I commend you all as parents and breeders of these cattle, even if it's the young people. I mean, hats off for the national competitive lineup that we have out here. And kids and young adults that are out here showing, still thank mom and dad for the ability to come to Austin, because it does take time, it takes money. You all probably got siblings that are playing basketball or running track, or maybe you guys got to get back and do some of that, or maybe you're bringing other cattle to the fair. So, I mean, there's a lot of juggling that goes on amongst families. But parents, I want to tell you thank you. Thank you for involving your kids in this opportunity and giving them this opportunity, because there's no better gift that you can give a child than a show halter. So with that in mind, we're going to go out and pick our champion. It's been fun, it's been real, and thank you for the opportunity.
Our Supreme Champion heifer goes to Clevie Allen from Crockett, Texas. With the Brangus heifer. Congratulations, Clevie. Our Reserve Supreme Champion heifer goes to the Beefmaster, Addison Poe from Stephenville, Texas. Congratulations, Addison. And congratulations to all the exhibitors in the Supreme Drive.